Bienvenidos todos al segundo día de sesiones de la reunión
We
del Foro de
welcome you all to this second day of this forum of LACIGF 13. Before we go on, let me remind you that we are recording the sessions in the original language. So anybody who's interested in listening to it again, you'll have it available in our website, LACIGF. We have simultaneous translation into English, Portuguese, and Spanish. You may access interpreting through the globe that is at the bottom of the page. There you can choose your language. So we'll start with the third session. Digital transformation, acceleration and use of new technologies in a post-COVID-19 world. The current pandemic that's ongoing both in the region and the world has revealed the accelerated productive and technological changes we are experiencing, where the development of economies relies increasingly on services and the expansion of digital platforms as generalized spaces for interaction. This has been vital for ensuring the continuity of productive processes across the region in the face of the various impacts of the pandemic. However, the pandemic has also shown us that there is still a lot of work to do, as multiple and varied problems have also emerged. In this context, reflecting on the post-COVID-19 world inevitably leads us to reflect on the digital presence of companies and the future of employment and work. So we'll have two segments in this session. In the first part, we will discuss promoting digital presence. It will be chaired by Rodrigo de la Parra, and the second, the future of work, and it will be chaired by Beatriz Rodriguez. We encourage all the participants to write down their questions in the Q&A panel, since they will be answered in due time. So now, Rodrigo, you have the floor. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? I trust that is so. First of all, I want to thank the Programs Committee for inviting me to chair this panel. And I'd like to congratulate both the Secretariat of LACIGF and LACNIC and the Programs Committee, because the organization has been impeccable this online LACIGF, and also because of all the care that they've had and that they always have with a range of panels that are representative and that reflect the views of all of us on the topic of governance. And this panel is no exception. It's a wonderful panel, outstanding. We have representatives of a number of sectors, of the multiple stakeholders. And as we were told in the introduction, in the first part of the third section, we will go more in depth in the promotion of the digital presence. So we have panelists representing the technical part, Luisa Arancibia from LACDLD Chile, and we have also a representative of Hector Falla from Facebook, Mercedes Aramendia of URSEC, and Carolina Barada of Wingo, representing the private sector, Facebook. And with Wingo, Carolina, we have representatives of the civil society. So I'm going to ask each of you an initial question. And of course, we are going to make the most of the expertise of all of them. We're going to give them a chance to answer in 3 minutes, and we request all the members of the panel to please respect your timing. And after this question, we are going to try to have a good talk as fluent and interactive as possible. And at the end, I'd like to leave some room for interaction. You know how you have to do your Q&As. It is here in the Zoom platform. You can do it there, and the panelists, we may answer them at the end. So let's get started. Let's get started with a question for Luis Arancibia of LACTLD Chile. Let's learn about the impact that COVID-19 has had for the technical community. So let's start starting with the basic things. We have already discussed in previous days the impact of COVID in general and the internet. And by the way, it's a good thing that we could get in touch together. And the reason why we can be together today is precisely thanks to the internet. And it's a good thing that we have time to sit for a while to discuss what's happening today with what there's no doubt that is transforming many of the things that are going on. In this panel, we are going to focus. This is then a panel of economic impact. And let's see, Luis, welcome. We'd like, as I was saying, we'd like to hear about the impact that internet has had, of course, with all the registries of the country codes that, as you know, are responsible for managing a very important part, very important for the operational aspects of the internet. Luis, could you tell us then what has been the increase in demand that you've had in your services from the technical point of view? And if possible, maybe later on we're going to discuss it more in depth, but I'd like to know how you have felt this increase in demand, whether you've seen any changes in the digital presence of the company. So it's quite a vast question, but now I give the floor for 3 minutes. Thank you. Well, thank you, Rodrigo. Well, I could speak for more than 3 minutes, but I'm going to give you the key things. First of all, my greetings from the my greetings to LACNIC and to I'd just like to mention something that is that if everything is good, it's because things are working. To the extent that the name system has flaws and stops working and falls, then it means that there's a problem. But the names system has given good results in this health emergency. The services are robust, stable, and resilient. So from that point of view, considering the requirements for each agency and institution, we never saw that the continuity of the internet was at risk. So we can say that the DNS, and let me mention a fashionable word, there's remarkable evidence that the internet is robust and healthy. So fortunately, it has given us a closer contact with people in the pandemic, and it has played a key role providing internet services. And we've seen a remarkable increase of the region's domain names, 20, 30, and 50, and even more percentage, and 3-4 months. And in some cases, the trends have been remarkable in recent times. So the first impact of the pandemic in the DNS is that it's proven to be robust, healthy, and that it has increased the stock in the region in a very significant manner. So that implies putting the infrastructure by to support society, not just as a especially for something that is very sensitive, that is, how do our services contribute to the economic situation of this crisis that is having a very deep impact now.
Therefore, from this standpoint, DNS contributes to the economic recovery, and we'll see now how this has to do with the types of services and the challenges this involves, and for the organizations that are part of our ecosystem. However, from this standpoint, we understand that the digital information of an organization is a major challenge in the short term. So that is what I can say in order to answer to your question. Thank you very much, Luis, and we will then go back to you in a while. So the DNS is secure and an indicator of economic organization is to see how people have then having an increased digital presence. This is something that we can see through the increase in the registries, new names, and so on. And the trend already was increasing, but people are aware of having a digital presence in the internet. This has grown even further as a result of the pandemic. Another good indicator or thermometer to know what an impact this is having on SMEs. We are aware that SMEs use platforms and social media to be present in the internet. It can be the standpoint of Facebook. We're going to speak with Héctor Paya, so he can let us know how they have seen the transformation of the small and medium-sized enterprises through the internet, and particularly in the case of Facebook. Héctor, I think, has a presentation, so go ahead, Héctor. Thank you, Rodrigo, for your generous presentation. I'm very pleased to be able to share this panel with my colleagues and to be able to address the public that is following us today. I'm Héctor Falla. I am in charge of public policy programs for Facebook in Latin America. And I am really passionate for Latin America. I'm thrilled about the digital transformation and public policies that can speed up innovation and entrepreneurship in Latin America. I think your question is most relevant in the sense of the SMEs. SMEs account for 99.5% of all enterprises in Latin America, according to ECLAC's information, and provide 85% of all employment. So we know that all the shops in the neighborhoods, the small hardware stores, the plumbers, the restaurants, and so on, are the engines of the economy. They are at the heart of our communities and contribute to poverty reduction and inequality reduction. For Facebook, they account for 160 million businesses that use our platforms free of charge, mostly, in order to be connected with their clients to grow and so on. Now, we made an association with the World Bank and with the OECD. We published a series of reports. I say a series of reports because we have monthly issues, and this allows us to see how the small and medium enterprises perform in Facebook during the pandemic. So allow me to share with you some of the findings that we saw when interviewing more than 30,000. Can you see my screen? So we interviewed more than 30,000 small and medium-sized enterprises in more than 50 countries throughout the world. What we note, first of all, is that whereas the governments are now relaxing the confinement measures, the SMEs are now starting to open up. However, in Latin America, in the month of May, when we conducted the first interview, 38% were still closed. Today, 27% of the enterprises are closed, the enterprises that have pages, websites in Facebook. So this is an average percentage in the world. The industries that remain closed and have been more impacted by the pandemic are hotels, coffee shops, restaurants, as a result of the social distancing measures. We can also see that in the information and communications industry, only 13% of SMEs are still closed. Strongly hit was the transport sector and construction. We can also see a share of SMEs that have a drop in their income compared to the previous year. We know that the pandemic accounts for not only a health crisis, but also an economic crisis for many enterprises. Many enterprises have reported drops in their income. And one of the things that we saw is that many of these small companies are reflecting the labor crisis resulting from this pandemic. Now they have had to Hello? I think we lost connection. Let's see. We lost you for a while. So, can you hear me now? Yes, you're back. You're back. So the lack of customers and the lack of cash flow has been one of the major challenges that these small and medium-sized enterprises have to face in Latin America.
That is one of the findings of this survey by the OECD and the World Bank. There's no doubt that the SMEs are doing poorly, and that is and their development and their wealth is absolutely essential for the economic survival of the countries. Well, very good. Thank you. We'll go back to ask you about some more issues and so that we can see the impact of the pandemic in our SMEs, particularly in our region. So let's now know a bit more from the point of view of governments. We have Mercedes of the regulatory agency in Uruguay, the URSEC, and as you know, the pandemic and the lockdowns have been quite significant in some countries. So, Mercedes, what is the most challenging thing for governments during the pandemic, and in the case of the regulatory agencies in charge of the regulations of the digital world? How does the pandemic change the regulator and those that are regulated. Mercedes, please. Good morning, Rodrigo. Thank you for your question. First of all, I want to thank the organizers and congratulate them. It's very interesting to hear all the members of the panel showing the example of what it's like to work with multiple stakeholders and all the people that help contribute to handle this. So the pandemic and um, and people staying at home has posed many risks, many problems, but working as a team and trying to give a clear and constant communication by multiple channels is good so that people would trust and become aware of the role of each and how the roles of each of us could have an impact on all. So in this line, I'd like to highlight the importance of quality and also to say that the role that the institutions had in Uruguay, working with all the ecosystem, with a permanent dialogue, trying to answer properly and being flexible vis-a-vis the various challenges that we faced and trying to be close to people. So we looked for ways we could overcome the challenges that we run into in all the areas, and the common factor was always being responsible in the private sector, the public sector, the academia, the scientists, the civil society, each of the citizens in the end that have collaborated with innovation and creativity, learning from with the lessons learned by other countries to find solutions that would adapt to our country. So we leverage the technology and trying to look for the best potential solutions and always trying to make the necessary adjustments. As a regulatory agency, we try to be in touch with everybody, trying to look for a balance. We had a wonderful impact on the services. For instance, fixed band, broadband increased by 38% versus versus last year in this first semester. And if we compare the first semester of 2020 and 2019, we see a variation of 53% in some aspects. So I think that we can identify that there were places where we were not reaching in the best way. So this poses new challenges. Not only do we have to learn of the importance of being able to work as a team and cross-sectionally, trying to learn and from the measures that were adopted, and also trying to reassure people so that they would adopt the technologies. We also saw solidarity for the sake of the development of the region as a whole. So not only do we worry about our country, but also the region. And reducing the digital divide implies that we have to work cross-sectionally, all of us together. Thank you. Thank you, Mercedes. That was an excellent presentation. And here, you mentioned a number of terms. You talked about co-responsibility, innovation, solidarity. So in just a few minutes, we would like you to expand on that. Let's now learn about the point of view of the civil society. Uh, to that end, we have Carolina of Wingo. You're welcome, Carolina. So, considering all the interactions between the governments and users, etc., what do you think that is the most significant change when considering society and technology post-pandemic? Welcome, Carolina. Thank you, Rodrigo. This is Carolina Barada. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for organizing these events that are so important in this context. It's wonderful to have this opportunity to discuss things together in Latin America. I'm Carolina Barada. I'm the director of this our organization that is a non-profit WIGU, a non-profit organization. We are 10 years old and we train people and implement technologies and develop platforms for the empowerment of the citizens, working jointly with other organizations. When the pandemic started, we had an opportunity to conduct a survey of the challenges that we started seeing, and the nonprofit organizations, as a nonprofit organization, we started with webinars to promote technology for remote work, and we. Some people had to learn how to use the digital technologies, and we worked with communities that in some cases don't have internet connection or they don't have the devices to do it. As the pandemic evolved, we saw other problems arising. They are deeper. It has to do with sustainability of the organizations, with the organization of online events, and to the work of the working teams. People get exhausted too. We've witnessed that in the working teams of the organization, because in addition to the fact that they have the typical problems of the everyday work, now they have many more challenges having to work like this. So all these challenges led to adaptations in the institutions. And going to Rodrigo's question specifically, we believe that nothing is going to be the same. The relation with technology has changed for good, and the obstacles, the barriers for those that have devices and internet connection, there are no problems, and the online world starts showing all the potential, different from what is the person to person, but it has other benefits and other negative things as well. So there are organizations that have tried working online, and they discovered that it's feasible and that it's even beneficial. And there are other organizations that have started online, and it is indeed good. It has some benefits to be able to talk like this, reaching territories that in the past was much more difficult because of the capacity and because of the physical capacity. We've also seen changes in the way the organizations um, charge for services. There are new ways for charging, and some of them could be beneficial. And there are new ways that we've seen the usefulness and the scope that we had never imagined of what we could do with online work. And this but this worsens inequalities. So let me remind you that there's a huge percentage in Latin America that don't have internet connections, so the inequality worsens. And because there are people who can't have access to this right or to other related rights, and this is something that is going deeper. So we created a project together with other organizations, and but I'll stop here and I'll go on later. Perfect. Well, thank you. That's very interesting. I'm going to ask a question as a follow-up, we are going to change the order of the members of the panel, and I'm going to continue talking with you. An element that you highlighted, and I think that it is important, is the digital divide. How did the pandemic find us? And how did it show the evidence of all these inequalities between the connected and the not connected that certainly must have worsened? And so internet was rescued the people that were connected, giving them more possibilities, but also increasing the digital divide in some cases. From the point of view of those who were already connected to the internet, and I want to talk about the skills that they had to operate with all the technology that was available and to continue to work with their activities and work with the internet. But from a point of view, Carolina, to what extent were we prepared as a society to make the most of what internet can offer? Did it surprise us, or were we ready for this? I think that it sort of surprised us. But of course, that also has good things. It showed the creativity and the capacity that we have as people and as institutions to adapt. And specifically concerning the social part, I don't think there are any organizations that can change the way they work overnight to continue to work. I think that the pandemic has helped us and in collaboration. So we see that throughout the region, there are new ways people collaborate, and the organizations are realizing, we are realizing that the problems in the countries are similar.
And we see that the solutions others looked for can be useful for what we're doing. So very recently, for example, we organized an event for the civil society where from different talks, there was one on plurality, and an organization from Argentina started discussing these issues and explained that the problems were the same. So there are collective projects like the ones that were mentioned just now, where organizations from different countries come together in order to have more far-reaching solutions. So what we're doing is to survey which are the schools and the community organizations, and then prepare stories to see how we can take the internet to these places so that they can mark a difference and people in other countries can use these examples. Thank you very much. We will now continue with Mercedes. And along the same line, Mercedes spoke on very interesting issues, co-responsibility. And another important thing that I would like to mention is that of flexibility. One of the features or the elements that were highlighted in the World Summit of the Information Society was that the governments and the regulation understood as an agent or an enabler should consider whether we should have more flexible regulatory frameworks. So the question is to know more about the opinion of the government from the standpoint of the regulator on the relevance of having regulatory frameworks that are flexible, that can be adapted to all these digital transformations. Rodrigo, without doubt, the issue of flexibilization is very important, particularly regarding the role of the regulator. In fact, they have to strike a balance between the service providers and, on the other hand, the users, which ultimately is a final goal. A good example of flexibility was the constant dialogue as well as a joint work with the entire ecosystem. Because if we have rigid frameworks, and many countries we have very old regulations, and this not necessarily reflects the reality of today. So this is an example of how regulators, humbly, as regulators, we have to work in the sense with all the ecosystem providing trust. So we have to maybe modify, adjust, or eliminate what is no longer useful. For example, we saw that in other countries, some solutions worked well, and these have to be adapted to our reality. I think it is also important in this regard to consider sandboxes. We can use new collaborative tools and start testing these out in a controlled setting. For example, trying out technologies in certain areas over a given period of time, so the companies can work hand in hand with the regulators. And then we can detect which are the potential problems that we can identify and then respond accordingly to these problems. Because in these times where changes take place at such a fast pace, we have to have certain liberty, but with responsibility. It's not that we're just issuing regulations for the sake of issuing regulations. We have to understand which is the ultimate goal, considering the context and providing guarantees and generating trust through the regulations that are issued. We have to be aware that maybe some changes are required. We have to adapt and have to be flexible in view of the new reality and the digital transformation that we are experiencing. I don't know if this answers your question. Yes, perfectly well. Now, it is good that you have this and bear this in mind. That's very important. Thank you very much. Let's now go over to Hector. Hector, I'm sure that in your studies you have been able to realize the difference there is in the systems. We spoke about the digital divide, but there might be other divides and gaps. There are some sectors that were benefited more than others. So maybe you can share with us which has been the performance of the different sectors at this time.
Héctor, ¿estás por ahí?
Hector, are you there? Hector? Yes, here am I. Here I am. Go ahead. Yes, I'll be very happy to tell you, Rodrigo, that we saw in detail how the pandemic has worsened existing gaps. We already, Carolina already talked about the gaps between the country, the companies and the people that can have access and can exert their rights if they have access to the internet, and those that can't. What happens at a personal level also happens at a corporate level. Those that were already working online before the pandemic were already in a position to work properly, but many also learned as they went, and they saw that it's not very expensive and that there are a lot of tools available doing things much faster than they would have otherwise. But we see that there are differences in the different regions. Latin America has been hit very badly by the pandemic, because in the other regions, like in Europe and the United States, they have better protection networks, both their own and external too, and that helps them survive longer and also to recover faster. There are gaps between big and small businesses. There are small companies of 1, 2 people, and there are companies with 20, 30 people. So there are companies that, being very small, when they see that their flow is affected right away, they need to close. They can't survive. So, and there are also many gaps in the different sectors. For instance, hotels, tourism, restaurants, that sort of sector has been hit terribly. But ICTs did not receive such a blow to a much lesser extent than the accommodation industry and restaurants. Everything that has to do with logistics, agriculture, and field work, also those were sectors that suffered. But what I want to address is the gender gap. The companies that belong to women, I think that about 7% were more prone to close as compared to those by men. According to our study, the stricter the restrictions and the lockdowns, the worse it was for the women's business. So I really like what Mercedes said about the solidarity and co-responsibility, because if there's a lesson that this pandemic teaches us, is that we can't work alone, and we have to start working some other in a new way, so that all of us may participate in the construction of solutions. From our trenches, we have worked with all the sectors, creating programs that may help us break these gaps. We have a program that I love, that is a long commitment with the females' empowerment through the and promoting financial digital solutions. But we have others that we created with this. We created a sector for resources for the companies where people can find training tools and resilience tools. And across Latin America, we are conducting a campaign for inclusive economic recovery to take digital training to the most vulnerable people that most suffered during the pandemic. And we have a lot of supports in cash also to the companies that were affected. These are some of the very humble efforts that we could contribute with. But what I liked the most was the way we did it. We didn't do it alone, but hand in hand with the government, with the civil society, and the academia. And we're also doing it and hand in hand with other companies. Perfect. Thank you. I agree with you absolutely. And in that respect, Luis had connection problems, but could you tell us about the multi-sectoral collaboration from the point of view of the technical community? And considering the territorial code, I don't know whether Luis can connect. Luis lost the connection. I don't see him connected. Well, precisely yesterday, we have several sectors managing our CTLDs, the academia, universities, and that is something that also our members have. And in this case, there are several projects that we are working at to somehow direct all this acceleration of the digital transformation, so that the people who work at this may do it properly. There are projects in Mexico. I don't remember the name, but I think that it was like a cerebral internet. And there's a project, well, Nick Brazil has a platform for a secure internet, and they developed material for this pandemic. Nick Argentina too, they had a project. They noticed that of all the new registries of this time, they saw that about 8,000 registrants were registering their domain for the first time. So they approached them to train them online and about the domain registry and the digital tools available, etc. And they also have a program with the hosting chamber in Argentina and Cavase. Cavase has a problem where they deliver free of charge hosting, email, integration with payment services, and integration with WhatsApp for 6 months for the SMEs that are only starting with the internet, free of charge, at least for 6 months or until the pandemic is over. So there are many projects that are underway, and I think that it is very important to consider all this that's going on. Perfect. Thank you, Nacho. Rodrigo, can you hear me? Yes, there we have Luis. Luis, I was about to start with the questions. I want to add something to what Nacho said. A project that today is very close to see the first results has to do with an interaction between 4 CCTLDs in the region and the statistics agencies and the agencies that manage taxes to generate a map of indicators of the digital economy in South America, considering the statistics and the tax information and the information of the names, domain names. So this is something that ICLAC has led, and 4 CCTLDs in the region have participated. So based on this information with the public agencies and with us, we have raised an initiative that precisely will give us now some lines that will map and detect what this is about. So I'm sorry for the interruption, but I wanted to add this to what Ignacio said. No, that was very good. It enriches the information, and it makes evident that in these projects, there are no individual sectors that have the response to the problems that appear in this when we speak of internet governments. We all need each other if we want to move forward. Now, here I have several questions already in the Q&A session. I'm going to go and see them. There was a participant that had raised the hand, but already, well, now let's see the first question. We have Alfredo Velasco from Ecuador who says, the pandemic worsened the figures that the governments show and the real connectivity. For instance, children receiving online classes. And the question is whether, are there any examples of good government practices that have been implemented during the pandemic? And I think that Mercedes would be the best to answer this because of her role. Well, we in Uruguay, let me start. We have a database because all of the operators send us a statement every 6 months, and we also have, they have the obligation to declare the fiber optic infrastructure that they deploy. Although in Uruguay, usually we have fiber optic deployed for in more than 60,000 people, and in LTD also the objective, the target was 65% of coverage with fiber optic. And we identified that maybe there were some areas, especially in the rural areas, far from or in more isolated area where we would have a 2G or 3G coverage, it was not enough for people to connect to the platforms, or for instance, that would enable them to study or to work from home as people in denser areas could work. So we identified this, and what we started to do is to emphasize the claims by users, precisely to be able to identify those areas where we were not reaching well, and to work with the operators to see what the claims were, and all together try to see how we can give a response to those people where our reach was not enough, to enable people to continue to work or to study, even if they had to stay at home. Thank you, Mercedes. That's a good practice. We have a second question. This question comes from Reynaldo Alonso. And the members of the panel can already see the questions. And there's a very specific one for Luis Gacho you can write from, there's one of Tiago Dalto of Mintic, Colombia. So then Reynaldo Alonso Reyes of the Unión de Informáticos de Cuba says many companies, schools, and institutions have moved more toward the digital world with their activity in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. Many seminars have been developed with the Zoom platform. How can we articulate the actors of the digital ecosystem in action, seeking agreements and eliminating the prohibitions of access to services of certain companies for any reason to certain groups of users? Would anybody like to answer this? If not, I'll choose someone. May I answer? Well, really, when we speak of articulations, we always say that it is very important to be able to start. Very often we don't know how to do it. And it's very important to give a first step and to invite all the players and start conversations discussing opportunities for coordination and interaction. And from Wingu, we invite people to give the first step, to take the first step, to take the initiative. And sometimes we're surprised when we see the outcomes, when we see the people's capacity to cooperate. Then we have other alternatives that has to do with the citizens' mobilization. In the case that these coordination initiatives don't work, so there are platforms that help with campaigns, enabling us to address the needs of the people. Very good. Thank you, Carolina. There's another question for you, but let's have this one by Alan Ruiz. I think that we're doing well with time because we started a little bit late. So if you, the next question is by Alan Ruiz. My greetings, Alan. And he asked, how can we implement these updates in the regulatory frameworks, given the fear of regulators of what may happen with the legislation, as has happened in other occasions? Who wants to answer this? I can answer this, Mercedes. Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for the question. I think that either the legislative or parliamentary or the executive power, no matter the nature of the norm is immaterial. The problem is that those who will draft it have to listen to all the system, because if not, the regulatory agency can implement a norm and the executive another and the parliament another. So in Uruguay, for instance, the order is constitution, then law, then decree, and we have to follow that hierarchy. And if as a regulatory agency, we are the last, so we have to be consistent with all those three levels. So I think that the main thing is that we should always consider the reality. So it's not the same to work just on your desk if you don't know the problems of the ISPs or the users. Because if you're going to regulate from theory without knowing what the needs are, probably that regulation won't be correct because it won't meet the real difficulties of people. It might not be adequate, and it might not be necessary, and it might not be proportional. And so it's key in any regulation uh, and by the executive or the Congress, it is essential to be familiar with what you are regulating. So you have to speak with all the stakeholders. When you regulate, it's because there's a problem and you're looking for a solution. So you have to identify the problem, be familiar with it, analyze the potential solutions for the company, for the problem, and then try to look for the most adequate solution consistent with the problem and proportional. Perfect. Very good. Thank you, Mercedes. Now the next question is to Carolina. Carolina Esther Nidia Pérez of the Unión de Informáticos de Cuba. Thank you for being here. She says, you are absolutely right about your your opinions on the transformation of digital thought in the post-COVID stage. In our country, Cuba, the health situation has incentivized and promoted the use of ICTs and the internet, both in the development of apps, in downloading contents, banking, teleworking, learning, communication culture, and interaction of the citizens and the government, everything, and even with the government, with the civil society and the scientific community. The question is, how can you, in your opinion, how can the IGF platform collaborate and have an impact with the intensity that these new times have in directing this challenge in this beautiful region of Latin America and the Caribbean? Thank you, Esther. A pleasure to meet you. I don't know the platform you mentioned, but I think that all the platforms that give the possibility of having the citizens participating play a key role at present. So there's a concept that's very important, that it is that the platform needs to be built thinking of the community that will be using it, because that is key when creating technology. You don't have to create technology just sitting at your desk, but you have to see what the needs of the people are so that you can involve the people that you're developing it for. Thank you. Unfortunately, we have no more time. We have to close the session. There are a couple of questions more. My colleagues, panelists, if you can see the Q&A, there are some for you. So try to contact the people who are asking that so that they won't remain unanswered. So I thank you a lot for your presence. Luis, Mercedes, Caro, Hector, really thank you, because your participation has been really good. I think that this was an excellent panel, very dynamic, and we have touched upon very sensitive things, and it's precisely what we wanted to do. So Ana Laura, I now give you the floor, and I thank you for your patience. Have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you, Rodrigo, and all the panelists for your participation. Now we'll have a 5-minute break, and then we'll go on with the second segment. So See you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Continuamos ahora con el segundo segmento sobre futuro del trabajo, moderado por Beatriz Rodríguez.
This will be chaired by Beatriz Rodriguez. We invite all the participants to please write down your questions in the Q&A panel, since we will answer them in due time. Beatriz, you have the floor. Thank you, Claudia. I think that you can't see me because of the host. I've been banned. Let me see.
Ahora sí.
Now it's working. Yes. Now it's working. So, good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. So, we are now starting the second part of digital transformation, acceleration in the use of new technology in a world after COVID-19. So we were asked to talk about the future of work. It's not only a very interesting topic, but it's also quite worrisome because of globalization of this pandemic. The idea is to see how we can enter the new normalcy. We don't know what the new normal state life will be like. So we have experts that are going to tell us how, from the respective point of view, they have managed to address this issue in their countries, in their institutions, what they are doing, and what you plan to do once we go back to the way we used to work. It's going to be difficult. So now we have these experts: Ana Inés Vasco, Carolina Caeiro, Rodrigo Dalindo, Eric Puertas, and Gerard Reinecke. So I'm going to give the floor to each of them, starting with Ana Inés Vasco, who's an expert in integration of the Institute for Integration for Latin America and the Caribbean of the World Development Bank. So, Inés, I want to thank Beatriz and the authorities for this invitation. I think that when we speak of the future of employment in a post-COVID world, it's important to consider the context. And it's also important to consider three things. First of all, telework, then the gap between supply and demand of skills, and third, the so-called automation process. As to the teleworking, at the bank, we conducted a study, thanks to the support of Google and Ally, in five countries: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico, the five largest countries in the region. And we saw that about 24% of the companies were using some sort of teleworking. That already increased to 66%. This is our new data. And when we ask them what's going to happen in a post-COVID world, this goes down to 44%. So teleworking will continue to a greater extent than in the past before the pandemic, but less than what we are currently doing. And I think it's important to consider the teleworking, because when we speak of teleworking, we need to consider that we need connectivity, access to new technologies, digital skills, and the companies and organizations we work for need to provide us with different software systems.
Unfortunately, this can give rise to a larger inequality between men and women. Women have less access to technologies, less access to connectivity, and less social skills. We are aware that in the context of the pandemic, the time dedicated to non-remunerated work and taking after children increased compared to men. So we have to take that into account. And secondly, the potential divide in terms of people of higher and lower incomes and higher lower levels of education. Secondly, the gap between the skills offer. We concluded that prior to the pandemic, 3 out of 10 enterprises in the region said that they were lacking people with STEM skills, science, technology, engineering, and maths. Today, this increased 6 out of 10 enterprises, and this is potentially related to the increased speed of the transformation in some of the enterprises. So this is most relevant in the current text of an increased unemployment. We cannot run the risk of having a higher demand for employment than the offer. And then automation. In other research we conducted in Argentina and Uruguay and Brazil, we saw that prior to the pandemic, a process was taking place which was called inclusive automation. This means that the percentage of enterprises that were displacing workers as a result of automation was similar to the percentage of enterprises that were hiring new workers. So this could cancel the effect in terms of increased unemployment. The situation today seems to be a bit different. In the United States and Europe, the automation process has increased. In Latin America, for Latin America, we still don't have data, but we assume that this process is speeding up too. But in the context of recession, we won't see the effect on the increase in the demand for workers and therefore productivity and supply and demand of goods and employees. So this is an enormous challenge we face in the region right now. And to finish, because I think I'm running out of my 5 minutes, I'd like to highlight that it's important that the Latin American countries should take advantage of all the benefits brought about by the increased technological changes. But we have to really be aware of the impact that teleworking and automation and the gap between supply and demand in some sectors can have a strong impact and ultimately lead to an increase in vulnerability and inequality. Therefore, we need to have public policies to address these challenges and therefore to be able to build a Latin America that is more developed, equitable, and equal. Thank you. Thank you, Marinés. A very interesting presentation and the way in which you have considered the items that make up teleworking and the gap between supply and demand, not only in terms of the one we know already, but also the gap in the automation produced by the automation process. So people ask themselves again and again, what will happen to us as a result of automation, if we are going to be displaced or not? That is a problem that we have to bear in mind at all times. And like you were saying, we have to try and promote public policies so that these people are not excluded and so that divide, that gap, does not increase more and more. Very interesting presentation. We now continue with another speaker. This will be different. I think this person will not only speak about work, but also about inclusion in the segment of in the vulnerable sector of the population. And like Marinés was saying, there was a difference between teleworking between men and women. Carolina Caeiro, who is a coordinator of the LACNIC Cooperation Project, and it goes global on employment in Haiti. She will be telling us about this project through that LACNIC was working on. Thank you, Beatriz. And thank you also to LACIGF Secretariat for the opportunity of participating in this panel. as you were saying at LACNIC through this panel, and considering the future of employment and the recovery, the economic recovery post-pandemic, was the issue of digital inclusion. Digital inclusion should be taken into account when we speak about the future of employment, particularly in the context of Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, specifically, what I'm going to share with you are some of the lessons learned resulting from a project promoted by LACNIC in the context of the future of employment. As you were saying, Beatriz, it is called LACNIC Goes Global. So these, we understand, are learnings that are valid to think of the post-COVID context. Haiti was one of the initiatives we developed in Haiti with the support of the IRC. What we sought through this project was to connect women in Haiti with employment opportunities. Now, I would like to clarify something about what the future of employment is and what is digital work. This project was focused on online working platforms, for example, Freelancer, Ruinser, and mostly workers apply for this and they compete with one another in order to carry out tasks for different customers. So with this project, we sought to respond to a specific question that has to do with digital inclusion. On one hand, we have this opportunity / threat, which is digitalization of employment. And the question is, what happens with population that is marginalized, population that doesn't have access or only limited access to the internet, population that has a low digital literacy. So how can we ensure that these populations are not excluded? And also, what are the real opportunities that they have so that they can become part of the digital economy and so that the future employment provides an opportunity for them too?
There are two lessons learned with this project. The first has to do with the challenge of developing digital skills. When we speak of the future of employment, future of labor, one of the topics that constantly appears is how can we close the gaps of digital skills? How can we improve the digital skills of the people that are more isolated in Haiti? We worked with 350 women of low-income households. They received a number of online trainings to enhance and develop digital skills that are needed to work online. And it was successful. We had 86% graduation rate and very few dropouts, only 3%. So the learning here was very positive. And it is that by applying a number of strategies, it is possible to train people online and to raise and improve the levels of digital literacy, even in low connectivity settings, and sometimes even when there are problems to electrical power. That is one of the problems in Haiti. So the second thing that I wanted to mention has to do with our efforts after conducting the training to connect the people in our program with online the opportunities to work online. This was more challenging. There, when we started the project, the hypothesis was that if we mitigated infrastructure flaws such as access to the internet, access to a computer, the access in the physical space of where to work, and at the same time we reduce the digital skill gaps, this needed to be enough to put the participants of our program at the same level of other online workers in Jamaica, in India, or other countries. However, with the project, we found that there were other factors at stake in Haiti, and those are barriers that they also have in other countries. So in this post-COVID world, we need to consider these barriers. The first, that was a very relevant factor for us, has to do with the financial inclusion. In this project, the access to credit cards, to a bank account, was a limiting factor for the beneficiaries to receive funds if they were abroad, and the financial aspect that was also very important in terms of inclusion, and it plays a very important role when we think of the digital economy. The second had to do with the assessment of the participants about the opportunities of for working online. And I think that it is important to do this exercise of focusing on the experience of the workers. As I was telling you, the participants to a problem sought employment in online platforms, and many workers there are many people that many candidates for a job. So what we saw was that the investment of time that is needed to seek for time, and it's not being paid. So finally they lost the motivation and they quit looking for jobs. And what I typically say is that from an economic perspective, the participants or the workers make rational decisions, and they try to maximize the time that they devote to work or to looking for work. So what we saw was the participants chose to invest their time, for instance, looking in other spheres, not digital, to continue with their education, or even to take care of the children, or whatever they had to do at home. So, and with this I'm closing, but the big message here has to do with the idea of decent jobs. And I guess that the ILO speaker will address this. That is, that it is important to guarantee that there are options of employment, that may be opportunities of good quality, so that they may be seen as a decent job. So I think that Beatriz said I was too long. Thank you, Carolina. Well, actually, this was a very comprehensive project, because 350 women, it might be considered a small number, but if you consider the population and everything concerning the technologies in Haiti, I think it was a very good project, right? And that you managed to have certain people understand what the ICTs are, how we apply them, what we use them for, and that they know that those technologies may be of use to them, that it's not something coming from outside and that won't leave us anything. We also need to consider that. That is, that despite the fact many people may say, well, yes, the technology opens gaps, but also technology tries to make those gaps smaller. So it's interesting to consider all these projects. I think that it would be wonderful to have more projects like that, not just for women, but also for children and men too. Why not? Why not? Men too. Because we typically speak of vulnerable sectors, women, children, but many men are also vulnerable. So it's good for those projects to be extended. So really, everything you said is very interesting, and it was very interesting to see how you managed to wear the hat of technologies. I think then that it was a very interesting project. Let's now go on with Rodrigo Galindo. He He works in Google. He's leader of economic research and employment and public policies in Google for Latin America. And I know, Rodrigo, that you're going to share some slides. So please, if you can share your screen. Hello, Beatriz. Good morning. Well, good afternoon. Finally, I decided not to show any slides. I hope that still people will pay attention because sometimes slides may be more boring. I want to thank you for the invitation to participate in this edition of LACIGF. And I want to talk about an idea that in economic literature is known as breaking course. I'm going to start my presentation from a more macro thing, and then I want to give you a more microeconomic part. Speaking of public policy, we see that the curve was broken. The macroeconomic curves were disrupted with this pandemic. In the specific case of telework, Ana Inés, for instance, was quoting data stating one of those research that we are conducting before the pandemic, 24% of the companies used some telework, and today 66%. So there we have a leap, a remarkable leap. And after the pandemic, we expect it to go down a bit, but not as in the past. So the curves will remain higher. An analogy with the retail sector. Before the pandemic, 10% of the purchases were online, and now during the pandemic, the number has increased to 30%. When the pandemic starts yielding, we don't expect it to continue at a level of 30, but it won't go back to 10. There's going to be a leap there too. So this leap can be explained because of the acceleration of the digital transformation processes. So what would have taken years took place in weeks. Think of the education, for instance. Think of the education sector. How long would it have taken for universities and schools to migrate to a totally virtual system? We see this disruption of the curves as an opportunity, and I wanted to mention three opportunities in particular. First of all, an inclusion possibility. I acknowledge that there's a digital divide and that as a society, we need to solve this, not only because it's the right thing to do, but also because we want our economies to grow. And for that purpose, all the population needs to be represented. However, we believe that teleworking may be an opportunity to groups that have been marginalized. And I want to quote the working mothers. Today, after I think that the employers will be much more sensitive to teleworking. The second chance that we see is that more markets may insert in global value chains. As we see that the internet allows us to connect all the value chains. You might think that countries that were a bit more distant of the global value chains can get inserted. A positive example is India. India, in recent years, was acknowledged that it's a country that, thanks to the internet, inserted in global value chains. And today, many companies have their back office in India, thanks to their connectivity. And we believe that Latin America could also benefit of this trend. And finally, as an economist, I think that all economic crises in the end will represent an opportunity. We see that unemployment, employment has dropped, and this has an impact on people. We are very worried about that, but as we believe that the recovery will be accelerated, not at the same pace with which it fell, but faster than it would have without the internet. How can we make the most of this opportunity? We have to pay close attention to the speed of the recovery and the demand of skills for the works that are going to start. And even before the pandemic, we thought a lot of work that were going to be automated. But and this is something that we saw before the pandemic, and we believe that after the pandemic it will continue to be that. The digital technologies will create more jobs than destroy them. I think that the pandemic will accelerate this. Think, for instance, of the tourism, that well, there may be jobs that will no longer be needed, but today there are other sectors, for instance, all the sector, software sector, that will demand more jobs. So we believe that that will be positive. What is key for the governments and for societies is to identify the skills that will be needed in the future, skills for what the distance economy. We don't think that there's a dichotomy in social skills and digital skills, although sometimes people don't agree. But my message is that the skills that will be demanded by employers after the pandemic will continue to be social skills, but with a digital component in all the sectors, no matter either working in programming or in the social part. People will have to learn digital technologies to succeed. And well, I'm running out of time. So given the speed, the rate at which this is happening, and the speed of recovery, we'll have to re-skill the labor force. And now I would like to address the online products with platforms that are well known. The company that I represent has designed courses online, such as to teach people that stay at home. Well, YouTube is also turning into an education platform. We see that there are many more searches for learning on YouTube. And finally, certified technical courses. And here Google has the IT certificate. That it's a program that we launched in the United States, and we brought it to Latin America, and so that people can have a quick training trying to troubleshoot with in computing problems. That is a certificate that can be obtained in 6 months, and the content was produced by Google. And in 6 months, a person can learn new skills and start working. So the message that I want to give you here is that we believe that there will be skills in the labor market, and the key to make the most of it is to to pay close attention to the skills that are needed, and to retrain your labor force. Thank you, Rodrigo. It is true, what you said at the end is true. We need to be paying close attention to what is going to happen, because we always see that new things appear, and those new things very often are based on the new technologies. But in turn, always behind technologies, we have people. And as we have people behind technologies, even if technology, well, it's human beings that are going to determine whether we are going to do a certain thing. Not only do we have to pay attention, but also we have to think of what we know, that we can, how we can. I always use the word reconvert. Some people don't like that term, but try to see what we know that will help us succeed in converting into some other thing, changing to a new job, another way of expressing ourselves. So not just be paying attention to what is already available, but also to be paying close attention to what we are doing and what we can do with what we know how to do. I think that something like that would also apply as to what you said in all your presentation, because really it's true. What you said is true. We have to think of what's coming and what we can do with what's coming and what we have and want. Thank you, Rodrigo. Now, Eric Huerta. Eric Huerta is the coordinator of institutional relations of Rhizomatica, consultant for the ITU, and especially for remote areas. Eric, you have the floor. Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to participate in this panel. I hear many optimistic proposals. I'm sorry that I might not be so optimistic in some things because, well, sometimes there are things that are not so unpleasant to hear. First of all, we need to understand that the process that we are in at present, responding to an emergency, COVID, traditionally, the emergencies in telecommunication, we are used to working with paying attention to the emergency and a recovery of emergency. And here, basically, the prevention phase was very little or none. So basically, we were surprised, and we had an attention phase of that is very long. That could take us about 2 years, and that won't be completed until the people have access to a vaccine. So it's this reality, and many of the things that we see now as the new normalcy are phases of the attention of this emergency. And in this here, telecommunications have been very important. However, if we want to think of recovery and we need to think of prevention, we need to pay more attention to the causes that led to this emergency. And really, the causes that led to this emergency are there, and they continue to move forward, and we don't see any changes in that respect. First of all, we have to understand that this emergency occurred because of an environmental crisis. That is, the presence of viruses like this one comes because of the destruction of habitats, the consumption and of certain animals, but especially the destruction of habitats. And given the effects of climate change, unless we stop them, when the permafrost layers raise, many viruses similar to this will appear. And so what we are going through in this pandemic may be what we'll have in the future, in this new future. So we need to think that will be more frequent. The other thing that COVID has brought is this this concentration of capitals and companies through that the new technologies brought. For instance, Amazon and also Google. These companies have grown a lot, and their power is affecting many markets. And although there are opportunities for some sectors, other sectors are actually going out of business, or sectors that where they present things as an opportunity, but these small companies reach a point where they are more profitable, and then Amazon launches a similar brand. And why? Because of their capacity to control in a market. We are speaking of companies that have fortunes larger than the GDP of many countries, and this is very important, and we should think that this will imply a labor problem. The next one is artificial intelligence and replacing many jobs. This is Merrill Lynch, and this was presented by ILO, and it shows that in some countries in Africa, unemployment might reach 70% of the people who are currently working, while in England it could reach 40%. I can't see how, with such an unemployment, so many jobs are going to be created. So under these three very important lines, we have many questions. How are we going to use the ICTs to preserve the ecosystems? How are we going to use to make the telecommunication networks grow, avoiding this centralization of information, of networks, and the vertical integrations? And how can we walk toward a self-sustainable economy? One of the greatest vulnerabilities that we have seen is not in the remote communities. Those communities are vulnerable to COVID because they may not have health services. However, they have been very resilient given the situation of the lockdowns, because they are subsistence economies. However, the cities supporting this crisis, having to stay home, it's not easy, because they fully depend on external resources, and very often they need those resources. Matter of fact, there's been a migration of many people to the fields. So we have to think, considering these objectives, because ICTs in the end are tools, not objectives. So how are we going to arrange these tools for these objectives? Well, I'll stop there. Eric, you mentioned precisely some things that are true. It's true that technologies are a tool that helps us, to very often to do things better. Sometimes, other times maybe not. As usual, there's black and white. Sometimes there are grays, but it is good to have to consider in the landscape that we are seeing in this panel, to see the capacity of distinguishing the things, the black and the white, so that we can reach what is established in the model that is presented by internet governments, to reach consensus. So it's good to have the two parties, so that we can have public policies with the governments, and also certain developments in the civil society, in the technical world, so that we may all be struggling for the same things. So I think that there we are going to achieve that everybody may be aware of what's happening globally, not just with the occurrence of COVID-19, but everything that was already happening. So as you said, we'll see what happens with the new normal situation, or what our normal life will be. But it's very interesting to consider everything that you said. Now, so that's a key thing to, it's an eye-opener, and so that we can reach a consensus, so that things may come out right, so that the new normalcy will be good for all of us. So with that, we close our panel. We are going to have Gerard Reinecke, who's the main expert on employment policies of ILO and the representative for Latin America. So we'll give you the floor, Gerhard. There. Yes, you were going to show some slides. Thank you. Thank you, Beatriz. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Beatriz. Good afternoon. I think these presentations supplemented one another because otherwise we probably covered all the aspects related to the new options for work. Ines said very interesting things regarding teleworking. There is a strong concern in the sense of the number of workers who can work from home varies considerably from one country to another, depending on the education system, and this might lead to new gaps. My approach will be different. This is about two real people who live in Santiago. One might seem to be someone from the past, but she does exist. And I suspect she might be having some problems because she is at home and sewing clothes for schools. And because there are no classes in Santiago, she probably switched to other types of segments. She's probably sewing face masks instead of uniforms for schools. Then there is another person, a recent migrant from Venezuela, Juan, who went through a whole adventure. He arrived by bicycle in Chile. He first worked at a delivery for food and then as an Uber driver, and his conditions were very hard with long working hours and a strong vulnerability because he doesn't have the necessary documents to legally work in Chile. So this shows real life situations, these situations we are experiencing as a result of the pandemic. But we see that the work done by Juan, the type of work he does is not new. Before Rappi, which is a delivery, there were options, and before Uber, there were taxis. But they also share common challenges, and the core challenge from the standpoint of the ILO and from the legal standpoint is that if they are workers or independent workers, if they are employees or independent workers. And in the event of an accident at work or in the event of having to have some social benefit, this is not so clear. In the case of these employees, so we might tend to have precarious types of works, for example, a domestic worker or an Uber driver who uses a digital platform. Now, if they are employees, we sometimes don't know who is the employer. In the case of domestic workers, sometimes you have intermediaries so that the domestic worker is assigned the task by someone and paid by a different person. In the case of Uber, there is an intermediary between the final customer, who is the passenger, or the employer, and there are different ways of dealing with this subject. So this can continue to be unregulated, but the disadvantage of these solutions is that we will continue to have a disorganized situation where in the same country you might be considering them employees and others might consider that these are independent workers. So with the use of technology, we have these ambiguous situations that make it difficult for workers to have access to their rights. Last year, ILO celebrated 100 years, and there was a commission created on the future of work. These identified some of the new challenges. For example, Maria, who works at home. And what does she have to do with technology? Well, as a result of the COVID-19 crisis, many of the situations started to speed up the rate in which they occur. So online purchases will drop, but the previous type of purchases would not increase. So technology poses a challenge on one hand because the decisions made by the employer are somehow concealed, and when there is an algorithm that assigns tasks, and then you have rewards and incentives and remunerations. It's like an invisible hand, and the workers find it then very difficult on how the algorithm makes decisions, and also in the sense of making claims in the event of disagreement. And then the use of cyber monitoring. So the platform knows what the worker is doing at all times. So this is something that has to do with the privacy from many standpoints, but the technology can provide some solutions. For example, the same worker can have access to that information and is entitled to share this with the unions or with a public agency in charge of regulation or inspection of the working commissions. So this is so that the technology can be part of the solution and not part of the challenge. So this requires intervention of public policies. We also, in the framework of the pandemic, the relation between the worker and the employee is questioned, but also all along the chain. This is an example from the United States, for example. The delivery platforms have the following situation. Restaurants are pressed for their margin of gains because part of this goes to the commission, so that in some cities they have now started to regulate this issue. As to conclusions, many of these challenges are similar to the ones we always have had. So workers need to know what their legal status is and how they can have access to their rights. This does not only involve legislation, but also having the public entities available so that the access to these rights can be a reality. Secondly, in the past, the situation of employee and independent worker was not useful. There are also some kind of intermediate situations. Work has now created a new kind of worker who are independent but are also hired. They are not fully considered employees. They are somehow independent workers. So it's like a hybrid. Thirdly, there are new dimensions created by technology. This has to do with algorithms, with data, with the volume of work, and these require new regulations, new forms of inspection, and as a result of the COVID-19, there is an increased urgency because the number of people who are in these systems has also increased and will also continue working at a faster pace if this crisis had not occurred. So from these solutions, Maria and Juan's well-being will depend, and also that of millions of workers, both in Latin America and the Caribbean and in the rest of the world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gerhard, for your presentation. We always finish with the legal organization, which has to be taken into account always. This is a way of linking all these aspects, and so that they are all regulated and that each has access to their rights and obligations as well, both the person who carries out the work as well as the person who offers that job. We always have to bear that in mind.
We now have several questions, but as it's rather late, we're going to only ask 2 questions. Miguel Di Candia, who's our Q&A secretary, is going to chair that. And then all the other questions, we'll have them with us, and we're going to ask you, ask the panelists. Maybe they want to do it in writing. We're going to send it to the panelists so that they may answer them. So, Miguel, the floor is yours. Thank you, Beatriz. Thank you. I want to thank all the panelists for their interventions. As you very well pointed out, we don't have much time. So we're going to receive to answer the first 2 questions. The first one is by Deidre, and I'm going to read it in English. It says as follows.
In the UK, it's beginning to be a pressure for teleworkers to return to the physical office. One reason given for this is then to support the SMEs that feed and provide other services for in-situ workers. Is this phenomenon also seen in the Latin American countries? Is teleworking disadvantaging small face-to-face service providers? Y la segunda pregunta que vamos a tomar también es para todos los panelistas en general, de parte de Valeria Betancourt, y nos dice.
And the second is by Valeria Betancourt. That says, one of the main challenges, especially for women, has been to balance professional work with the work that is invisible and not reimbursed for domestic spaces, the care work. What strategies can be deployed for the different actors to give responses to the situation that is not sustainable in the long term from the economic and the human planes? Thank you, Miguel. Well, as Miguel read the 2 questions, they are not directed to anybody special, are they? So, no, that's right. They are not. We can't hear you, Miguel. I don't know what you said. No, I just reminded you that the 2 questions are general and they may be answered by any of the panelists. Well, so the panelist that wants to answer, we have just 1 minute for them to answer because it's already quite late. I don't know who. I can start with Valeria's question, right? This is also in line with the project in Haiti. Valeria, thank you for the question. Yes, it happened to us specifically with the project in Haiti that we started to work with the beneficiaries. And when we gave them participation and possibility to interact with the employment platform, we thought that we were giving them a service But we learned quickly that sometimes when these opportunities appear or these professional responsibilities are added to the domestic responsibilities, women are overloaded. They are overburdened. So that was one of the problems in our project. I think that this is a challenge. Teleworking is a challenge, and internet governance should address that. And I think that the answer would have more to do with the employers. They have to be more aware that women receive a different impact and very often overburdened with responsibilities that fall more on women. And I think that the answer goes that way. Anyway, tomorrow we're going to work on a panel on intersectional governance of the internet, so we can address it there. Thank you, Carolina. Beatriz, could I say something? Well, I'm sorry. Only one question, because we don't have more time. Gerhard was going to talk about the first one that was asked. Yes, very briefly. Let me say that indeed the new information states that the large companies are using telework more intensely than the small ones or medium-sized. And there's no doubt that that has to do with the types of services that they provide. And then the permanent law about usually states that telework should be volunteer. And about this legislation in the pandemic, there have been decrees and special legislations for to benefit the workers theoretically, but this volunteer work is lost. So the people who need to continue to work can be obliged to work from home, but also it's a very delicate issue because we know that the pandemic is not over. Even there are ups and downs in the numbers until there's a vaccine, there is no permanent solution. But these are topics that indeed always reflect on the legislation on telework in the countries in Latin America. And there are recent innovations that are very interesting in many countries, such as, for instance, that will continue to occur once the pandemic is over. Thank you. Thank you, Gerhard. Well, I want to thank everyone. It's been a pleasure to share this panel with you. I want to thank you for all your presentations and everything that you've taught us today. Now we'll go on with Claudia, who will tell us how we're going to finish the day. Thank you. Yes, we thank the participants of this session and Rodrigo and Beatriz for chairing the session. We will now have a 1-hour pause. No, a bit less. And we'll resume with the next session at 5:17 UTC. Connecting the disconnected challenges from the and the challenges of the pandemic in LATAM. So we'll wait for you at 5.
Is on me, I can say I have no past, I have no lies, but I have you. You have me, honey. with the storms. I don't mind getting on as we're going living where to be. I have you, you have me, honey. Come on, break with the storms. I don't mind getting on as we're going living where to be. I have you, you have me, honey. When you wait before, couldn't look you in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so very special. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to know that when I'm not around, I wish I was special. You're so very special. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here. I don't belong here. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here.
You're looking for love. Your eyes got something on me. It's like the walls start falling. I'm drunker than a bee. I'm humming to the girl of my dreams. I don't even have to think about it. I don't. We can look amazing if we go with the flow. Nothing's gonna break us 'cause we're made out of gold. Whoa, 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 baby, I think you should know. It don't really get much better than this. There's nobody else I would rather be with. It don't really get much better than this. Oh, 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 tell me how you're feeling it. Don't really get much. touching my skin. I might be flying too high, but I don't really care. I'm never coming down again. I don't even have to think about it. I don't. We can look amazing if we go with the flow. Nothing's gonna break us 'cause we're made out of gold. Whoa, 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 baby, I think you should know. Oh, I can feel it in my bones that you're almost here. I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna stay, 'cause it's crystal clear. There is no other place I'd rather be. Baby, I think you should know. It don't really get much better than this. There's nobody else I would rather be with. It don't really get much better than this. Oh, 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 tell me how you feeling it. Don't really get much. Don't really get much. Don't really get much better than this. Oh, 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 tell me how you feeling it. Don't really get much better than this. There's nobody else I would rather be with. It don't really get much better than this. Oh, tell me how you feeling it. Huh? Tell me how you feeling it. Tell me how you feeling it. Huh? Tell me how you feeling it.
We both have thoughts of leaving when thoughts get thrown around. But we keep going on believing, and on till we're all cried out. 'Cause we don't feel like throwing it all away. We don't feel like it. But this time it's not about escaping. We don't feel like it. We don't feel like it. 'Cause we don't feel like throwing it all away. We don't feel like it. We both have thoughts of leaving when thoughts get thrown around. But we keep going on believing, and on till we're all cried out. 'Cause we don't feel like throwing it all away. We don't feel like it. But this time it's not about escaping. We don't feel like it. We don't feel like it. 'Cause we don't feel like throwing it all away.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. I there's a light, I have there's a smell. I just want you to be here, yeah. And I blame my mind for not having time. I forgot what you deserve, yeah. Ooh, na 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 na. You know that I miss you so. Ooh, na 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 na. Every day I wait for love. Ooh, na 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 na. When I find you in my road. Ooh, na 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 na. You know that I miss you so. Smell. I just want you to be here, yeah. And I blame my mind for not having time. I forgot what
what you deserve. Yeah, ooh, na, 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 na. You know that I miss you so. Ooh, na, 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 na. Every day I wait for love. Ooh, na, 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 na. When I find you in my road. Ooh, na, 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 na. You know that I miss you so.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
You used to think I had it all right. How I live was how I should. I never took the time to lay my heart on the line.
I used to take your breath away. I used to make you laugh about anything. I used to be your getaway. Your getaway, your dream. I was everything you needed. You used to lean your eyes on me. You used to open up and share your world. You used to lose yourself in me. Let the hours pass, all running by so fast. But now, what I'm doing, don't know what I'm doing. But now, what I'm doing, I don't know what I'm doing. 'Cause I don't even feel it. Body's growing colder with the distance now. And I don't even mean it. Got my hands all over you, but not a sound. Cause I don't even feel it. And I don't even mean it. We started out as lonely hearts. We started with a promise built on heights. You said I was the missing part. Looked into my eyes, said you're my fix for life. But now, what I'm doing, I don't know what I'm doing. But now, what I'm doing, I don't know what I'm doing. 'Cause I don't even feel it. Body's growing
Bienvenidos y bienvenidas de vuelta al LACIGF 13. Esperamos haber disfrutado.
Welcome again to LACIGF 13. We hope that you have enjoyed your lunch. And now we're going to start with session 4, Connecting the Disconnected, Challenges in Infrastructure and Regulation from the SDGs when facing the pandemic in LATAM. We're going to have two segments. The chair, Sergio Scarabino, will ask some questions to the panelists to trigger a discussion on this very important topic. For the first segment, we will develop with our experts how we can implement the 2030 agenda to face the challenges in infrastructure, regulation and development in a post-pandemic world, and what framework should we propose to face the issues that we have. And then in the second segment, is the current regulatory framework the appropriate to face this challenge? What kind of political and regulatory solutions can we adopt? How can we develop a sustainable framework in the medium and long term? We ask all the participants to write down your questions in the Q&A sector, and they will be discussed timely. Sergio, you have the floor. Thank you, Claudia. Welcome, everyone. I assume that we are all after lunch with we have a very good panel and varied for a topic that requires different approaches, connecting those that are still not connected, that for many of us in cities, hyperconnected might seem so strange, but that has proven to be the issue when to face isolation and the quarantines that we've all had in responding to the pandemic. So as a result, we need to somehow accelerate the work that was already started. Those of us who were working at these topics at ITU, but also people have been working at the Internet Society for many years with the community networks, and of course the networks that make attempts and there and some innovative solutions by the operators and governments, of course. In this context, then, and having given this brief introduction, considering that we are going to speak about the SDGs and that we have the Ambassador La Terza, who coordinates those topics for Paraguay, I would like Stefania I would like you to break the ice in this conversation to somehow describe the SDGs and the Sustainable Development Goals. It's a pleasure. I want to thank you for inviting me to participate in such a timely and transcendental topic at a time when we need to reflect on the present and the future of the world and what we need to do to implement the changes that we need to implement. So, concerning your first question, precisely, starting with this new segment, I want to tell you that normally in Paraguay, we are famous for our revolutions throughout our history. We like to challenge the established government and therefore improve as a society. So from the colonial times, we challenged the church. And then, after the independence of Paraguay was achieved without any bloodshed. More modernly, we added to the 2030 agenda that aims at working for sustainable development. So in this spirit of a contradiction, I want to um, uh, ask the first question in another way. How can we make, with the infrastructure and the regulation and development, how can we make them all contribute to the SDGs in the world, not just after COVID, but also while we are in COVID, because we need to get started now. So the infrastructure and the regulation apparently are connected with the SDGs for resilient internet, promoting innovation. Now, if we think of the postulates, the tenets of these principles, we need to um, uh, believe that we need to target at least half the goals, and it is very relevant in all. The internet is relevant to all of the SDGs. So I need to emphasize the importance of the regulations, of course, and the infrastructure, either working with digital forms or physical, and the problems that are. And it is essential to get substantial changes especially when we are speaking of people, such as SDG 1, alleviation of poverty, 2, eradication of hunger, number 3, and number 4, education generating opportunities, and SDG 5 that leads us to achieve gender equality. So we achieve some preliminary conclusions. Without a good physical and digital infrastructure, we won't be able to meet the needs and the rights of our population. It would be very difficult to eradicate poverty or to give a balanced, to feed our people in a balanced manner, because for that we need knowledge, and for that you need all that infrastructure and digital. Now, what kind of healthcare services can we offer our people without hospitals, without the teams for diagnostic value, and how can we give a quality services without the technological solutions that shorten the digital divide? So we need to ensure infrastructure, connectivity, and the expansion of digital content so that everybody can promote and offer a real inclusion in opportunities and access to the benefits that our people deserve. And of course, an adequate infrastructure can have an impact in the progress of our people. Now, if we take this to mathematics, the problem would be about like this: better regulation plus good public policy and adequate investment would give us the infrastructure, more connectivity, and enhanced access to development. And all this would reinforce the rights that we absolutely need for this agenda to become true for everybody. Unless we do that, the lack of vision and investment in these cases, added to inappropriate or inexistent investment, would prevent us not just from making progress towards the SDGs, but even going backward. Going backward and losing all the progress made to date. Now, as to regulatory framework, we have to understand that the new apps enhance education and knowledge, and this has a huge potential in transforming the reality that we have into that what we want. In the 2030 agenda, the public sector is not the only one responsible for things. Governments cannot give us all the solutions we need for to be regions with equality and with good development. And that is why the regulatory frameworks need to establish the basis to make people work in comprehensive and intersector frameworks, so as to have an inclusive development and we have to ensure the adaptation and implementation of the new technologies for relevant users in connection with the sustainable development. So there are initiatives that seek to look for timely answers. I think that we have all heard the general alliances that even a planetary alliance partnerships to produce and to market the vaccine against COVID. These partnerships that have no previous in history will enable us to vaccinate everybody at affordable prices. So once again, we can work all for the universally. And so, at least in one sense, protecting health will no longer be limited to the wealthy, but reach all the populations. Stefania? My apologies, but let's try to give the chance to all the members of the panel to give an introduction. I don't know how long you have. Well, very little. I mentioned a couple of things, and with that, I'm done. Well, okay. Well, thank you. I wanted to balance the timing and to give 5 or 7 minutes to each. Yes, of course. Well, I thought that this was the time that I had, but the first comment is that I think that now, indeed, we need to see what lack of investment has led us to. I think that SDG 5 and SDG 3 would have been a reality, and because if not, we wouldn't be facing what we are facing today. I think that so there we have to work at that. And the second has to do with the fact that we shouldn't wait until the vaccine is ready to work for the 2030 agenda. We already have to work on public policies for the to improve the physical and digital infrastructure using innovation. Thank you. Thank you, Stefania. My apologies again for interrupting you. So you mentioned the multi-stakeholder to participate in the regulation. This has been discussed for quite a long time. And I think that our panel is has many very valuable people. I want to give the floor to Christian O'Flaherty of the Internet Society, who will give us his view about the question that we just posed as an icebreaker. Great. Christian, thank you. Yes, I wanted to build upon what was just said. I think it was very important, but let me start by giving a couple of examples to reinforce the connection between those SDGs and the possibility of working online, of being online. It's very evident in terms of education. You are connected, and not being connected has a very severe impact. Now, when speaking of health, sometimes it's more difficult, and we realized with a project of a community network in the Patagonia, and we realized how it can even save lives to be connected. So we worked with CETEL, and the director of a hospital gave us examples of how, of their experience vis-a-vis the pandemic, and what the internet had enabled them to do, and what life would have been without the internet. Today, there are many opportunities that are only seen online because people don't think, we don't always think of everybody connected. And so at our hospitals and our public services sometimes have no possibilities of providing services. And very often, if there's an accident and you can't communicate that in a timely manner, people will die. If there's somebody infected and you can't ask for help on time, the person may die. So sometimes we don't think of how important it is to to be online to preserve lives, but it is obvious. So we wanted to give some examples to show the importance of infrastructure. And also, I wanted to analyze the issue of the panel is to connect the disconnected. What do we consider as being connected? Sometimes when we say that coverage of a service is 90%, we are deceiving ourselves, because the fact that a person has the opportunity to send a message doesn't mean that that person is connected. So we need to consider not just the places that are connected, such as the rural areas or isolated areas that sometimes may be close geographically, but there's a river that makes it difficult for them to get connected, or vulnerable areas, sometimes even within a region. Sometimes we have slums where people don't have connection, and yet in the city we consider that the penetration of the internet is over 70%. So by defining the people who are connected, that should be revisited. And when we speak of statistics, we need to be aware of our definition. And not only does that have to do with the possibility of having access to the internet or being online, but also the type of connection. So in those statistics, we include a lot of people that only have 2G. And you can't attend classes with a 2G, or you can't work. So let's be aware of the quality of the services. Sometimes we have people connected with connections that are 20 years old or 40 years old. So that's useless. So a student, if it has to go to class, we will not be able to work or to and the same thing happens when the only provider provides services, Wi-Fi, and sometimes they are online, sometimes they are not, sometimes there's an interference, and you can't base your services on such an unstable connection. And we need to have an expectation of quality, enabling us to have steady development, and even more when there are economic problems. Sometimes they sell you 5 megabits per second, but they are so busy that sometimes you don't even get that, and sometimes that is even complex to control. But this is a problem that we need to solve together. Then there were cases presented in some areas where the plans were good, they had 4G, but they couldn't have classes because the students run out of minutes of the internet. So we need to think that we need affordable things, and we need to see whether that really is meeting the needs of users. So what I want to highlight is that in this process of coverage, connected and disconnected, saying that half the world is connected, sometimes it's unfair, because many are not connected, or we are leaving out half the population who don't have access, and sometimes we even consider that some people have access, but they don't have an adequate access. Well, very good. Christian, you asked what does it mean to be connected, and we at the ITU, we constantly gather statistics, and the statistics sometimes are an inaccurate reflection of reality. You just mentioned it in many countries, and also the government sometimes want to show that their policies were effective, and sometimes they want to boast about it because that makes them popular. So they say that all the people who have coverage are connected, and that's a fallacy. There are big sectors of the population that are in areas that have service coverage, but yet they don't have service because of different reasons, very often because of economic reasons. So let's go on. I'm now going to recognize Mariela Baladron, who's an old researcher, though she's young. She's old because she has investigated this for a long time, and she is a researcher at the University of Buenos Aires, Argentina, and she's an intermittent nomad. That's what she puts in her Twitter account. Mariela, would you like to tell us about this? Hello, good afternoon. Yes, thank you for the invitation and for enabling me to participate in this panel. Yes, indeed, I think that this is very interesting. I'm going to share with you my presentation to guide me, especially. Can you see it well? There. So, going back to what Estefania and Christian were saying, I was interested in highlighting some issues that appeared. On the one hand, there's no doubt that the current situation with the pandemic makes the previous inequalities very obvious, both economic and cultural, and with the ICT, sometimes they worsen each other. And I'm also interested in thinking of the access, usage, and appropriation of the ICTs. So, as Christian mentioned, it's not just that you don't just need infrastructure and coverage, but we also need to consider how we understand the access to ICTs, and we need and people need to be able to appropriate of the ICTs so that they can include them in their life projects and that they can use them for their community. So sometimes there's a plan for usage, but we need to think that the platforms or the contents need to be available so that people may really have a relevant usage for these communities. In that respect, I also wanted to say that although with the expansion of the ICTs has a key potential for sustainable development and also for the SDGs, in a cross-sectional manner, not just as a human right, but also as a platform for the implementation of education, health, other human rights, or even of partnerships. So it is important to consider that now, with isolation to avoid contagion with the virus, has become essential. And it is also important to think how this expansion occurs and how the players participate in this ecosystem, especially in terms of infrastructure. Because unless we do that, there's no direct relation between the expansion of the ICTs and the levels of development in a city, because what may happen is that they may reproduce the existing inequalities. So in order for the ICTs to implement, to make the most of their potential of transformation, it is important to think of the public policies and the investment in infrastructure and the cultural policies and education policies, so that in addition to the development of infrastructure, we need that development to provide coverage to the people who don't, in the areas where they are disconnected, so that they may also appropriate those technologies. And all those things are key, because if not, what will happen is that the technological progress will reach the people who are already connected, and the inequalities worsen. And that becomes much more evident during the pandemic. In the case of Latin America, I think it is absolutely important to consider the difference, the diversity, and understand the disconnection. The rural areas with a low density of the population, or the favelas, the slums, and the people who are marginalized because of their languages. Those are issues that are peculiar to our region. So a model for the expansion of infrastructure should be in line with the SDGs and the Agenda 2030. And so we need to consider this diagnosis, this reality. As to the latter, although we can find a number of public policy of digital management and access to the internet, things that have been done together with the private sector, such as the broadband plans and the educational, and especially for students, I think that there's still a lot of work to do in the articulation and complementation of this model and the social solidarity and the community networks of the internet. There's a lot of work, and if we don't realize, we should also consider that complementarity with the private sector and with the government. The community networks are the ones that are responding and are working hard in those places where the private sector sometimes is waiting for a return on investment, and they don't invest in the areas where the community networks are. Here, there are some images to close this, and so we can see what happens in the community networks, and it would be very important to create the regulatory framework supporting them. Here you have Villa 20 in Buenos Aires. Here you have Córdoba, Altermundi. I brought just some images because I think that it is also important to see what is being done in Mexico, in Colombia, and here here is what we mentioned earlier, to use open source to develop the community networks. So thank you. Thank you, Mariela. That was very interesting, the community networks, and I'm sure that you'll talk about that, but Argentina is one of the leaders there, and there's we need to give the networks that possibility of growth, but Argentina is already providing licenses to provide services. And if I'm not wrong, the government of Buenos Aires issued a call to propose connectivity projects for this type of responses that some may see as an innovation, but actually have been there for many years. Now I'm going to give the floor to Eduardo Salido. Yes, actually, it's a universal service program that operates for low-income neighborhoods, and there are others for which we still need the regulation, but they're working at that. Yes, precisely. Yes, I would like you to tell us later, because I think that these are very interesting examples that could be replicated in other countries. Now I'm going to give the floor to Eduardo Salido, who represents Telefónica. Telefónica works in projects here in the region. In Peru, in particular, I remember, to take the internet to neglected areas. Eduardo, you have the floor. Please tell us. Thank you, Sergio, and thank you for giving Telefónica the opportunity. The first thing that I wanted to say is that the speaker who was going to, who was programmed, sends greetings and apologies. So the first thing is about what's happening in the world that we have become. I think that such an unexpected situation led us, for instance, instead of having an office, working from home, our children had to learn online. Our idle moments and our gym was through Zoom, and our TV set became our movie theater. And so we've had to apply tools and even purchasing online. So all these changes have given rise to a digital transformation that maybe was to accelerate it. Now, what we, as a telecommunications company, we've realized that there are issues that you thought that were going to take 4 or 5 years, just happened in a matter of weeks. And the platform that we currently use, Zoom, 7 months ago, was used only by some, by very few. It was not so popular as today. And I wanted to start talking about something positive. The first thing that we have seen is that staying at home creates a great stress in the demand for digital services. And so the connections have been stressed. But the good news is that the operators and the telecommunications infrastructure has worked. And this was not by chance. We believe that the telecommunication industry has worked very hard for a long time, especially in the region. We believe that the telecommunications infrastructure, and this is not something that we say, but there are many agencies that say it, is better than other infrastructures in the region. And thanks to that, life in an extraordinary situation could go on. But we've also had bad news, and we can't ignore them. In the sector, we have not seen, as indeed was mentioned by Estefania, Christian, and Mariela, the digital divide needs to be approached. We've seen that there were workers who were unable to work from home, and therefore they weren't able to follow the health guidelines. There were other companies that couldn't provide services online because they didn't have the tools, they were not digitalized. We've seen students who were unable to study these months, and it's a pity, because the life of a student each lesson is relevant, and in many cases, they lost months of their studies. And this has social and economic implications. From a macroeconomic point of view, what we see is that those economies or societies that are not digitalized are less competitive and less productive, not just with the pandemic, but in the future still more. And this has implications in public policy. Digitalization needs to be a priority. Because that should be a priority, especially in Latin America. In Latin America, this is estimated by ITU, more than 30% of the population is not connected, either because there are 100 million people that don't have coverage, or because they don't see the importance of the internet. And what we believe in Telefonica is that digitalization should be universal. It needs to include all those, even those who don't see the value of the use of the internet. So what we propose in Telefonica, and our CEO mentioned it, is to have a digital covenant so that our societies may, after COVID, be able to work with the internet. And so connectivity needs to be inclusive and sustainable and for all. What do we need? We need public policy promoting investment and reducing the cost of the deployment of digital technology so that they will be available to the largest number of people, and especially people in rural areas, for populations with a low density. And we believe that it is essential. So we have to revisit some of the key public policy. The policy on competition. We need to have a balanced playing field with no artificial incentives, with the same burdens to all the stakeholders without exaggerated dominance, but also the fiscal policy. How can we have a fiscal policy that does not incentivize investment in Latin America? Some years ago, Fedla published a paper by Raúl Katz that said that the tax pressure of the telecommunications was 50% higher than the rest of the industries in the region. We need public policies promoting digitization. And what our digital covenant wants to do is we want a digital agreement based on the pillars of connectivity for all, equality and competitiveness for our economies, because the economies that are not transformed are less competitive today, but will have many problems tomorrow. So and then in the next question, we may discuss internet for all and what we see, what are the public policies, the more specific public policies that we believe that need to be reformulated. Thank you. Thank you, Eduardo. We need to acknowledge, indeed, as Eduardo said, that for those connected in general in Latin America and the Caribbean, then the networks that we all thought that when we were in lockdown, we thought that they were going to burst, that they were not going to be able to manage the traffic that was going to come out of isolation. They were very well managed. So there's no doubt that they had the capacity to do it, and they gave a good response facing the increase in demand. And in many cases too, the companies work together with the operators, work together with the government, contemplating the users or customers for them that would not be in a position to pay their services. So in general terms, they have responded to meet that demand, to consider that situation in particular. And obviously for a private company, it's not what the scenario that they would wish. But I think that it is also important to mention this because it's what we have seen in ITU in the different countries when we ask them the response to the situation. And that's what we've seen in the countries, that the companies have absorbed that increase in traffic. And in many cases, they have assisted the users that were not in a position to pay for those services because they had no revenues. And in the case of the private companies, it's very valuable. Mariela mentioned the issue of the appropriation of technologies. This is something that we see time and again. And I highlighted, but it's not the only thing, of course. And with the indigenous communities in all the countries in the region, there are indigenous communities that see the ICTs and look at them with special attention. They are not net takers as any of us in the cities, but sometimes they are a bit worried because in many cases for them they feel it as an invasion. They feel invaded in their practices, and the possibility of integrating those two worlds is a challenge that we all have. And that can be explained in the cities that are not connected with the existing services and that respond with their own responses, trying to meet the needs and trying to be communicated not just through the standardized procedures in the top-down approach, with a top-down approach, but trying to find bottom-up responses from the grassroots, with alternatives that sometimes were not even considered in the regulatory framework. We have a secretary in the session that is looking at the Q&A part, and I invite you all to write down your questions in the Q&A button. You have on the toolbar, you can find the Q&A. Please write down your questions there. And so, Miguel, are you there as a secretary? Yes, I'm there. So if you wish to get started with the questions that we have there waiting, yes, please. Yes, it's a pleasure to work with the people of ILO.
We have 5 questions and 2 comments. Some are very similar to one another. So I would like to first take a question from Olmedo Vargas and join that with one from Rojas, Ailis Rojas, who have to do with public policies to reduce the digital divide. And they ask which would be the best practices that could reach out to the less favored populations and well as reduce the divide in the internet. So this is a general question to all the panelists. The second question is from Reinaldo Alonso from the Union of IT Specialists in Cuba.
¿Lo perdimos a Miguel o lo perdí yo solo?
Did we lose Miguel or is it? Yes, we all lost him. Yes, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Can you hear me? There was a drop in the signal just now. So I repeat Reinaldo Alonso's question. In a scenario where some have hoarded medications and medical input and have maintained and increase the sanctions to others, even in the midst of the COVID pandemic, what role can international solidarity play and what can international agencies and regional agencies and the multi-stakeholders do in order to adopt government measures that are effective for the purpose of integrating social organizations in each country and to contain the disease while complying with the SDGs. So these are the two questions I would like to ask the panelists. I give the floor back to you. Thank you. Now, let us maintain the order of the members of the panel. We start with Estefania. Maybe you'd like to ask some of the questions. You have the floor. Your microphone is muted. I'm sorry. Yes, the question asked by Miguel. There are different parts to the questions and different answers. So let me go to the first one, and then we see about the second question. Regarding what we do to reduce these gaps which exist in the digital world, I think that all the members of the panel have said more or less the same things, in the sense that it is necessary to have, firstly, adequate public policies to promote the technological penetration, as well as contents that reinforce these rights. So in addition to the infrastructure, and in addition to the use of infrastructure for the purpose of connectivity, we need to really ensure that these are being done responsibly. There is experience as to how some of these have been used. We have used, for example, in Paraguay, to be able to access funds allocated by the government to reach out to vulnerable populations. All this was done through technologies, through the ICTs, and through mobile phones. These things have been overcome. People can now access credit, for example, the mobile phones. And during the pandemic, we have been able to deal with some of these issues and overcome some of the obstacles to ensure some rights, the right to have access to food, and also the right to have access to education. In the framework of health, different uses have been made. In our case, we have managed to achieve that the Ministry of Welfare has been able to provide access to medication through mobile devices. And then people could access the services through these type of connections. It's not only about having the infrastructure and connectivity, but also to having the digital contents that enable these things. That is a key issue, and this should be included in public policies.
The second thing is investing in this sector. I think that a lot has been said. It is very important for that investment to be done from all the different, by all the partners. It's not just the government. It needs to be a shared effort with partnerships so that everybody can contribute with in the propagation, in the dissemination of the digital content. So this is as far as I go with this question, and I want to leave the floor to the other members of the channel, of the panel, and but the other issue is how to work digitally for the purchase of medicines and equipment. Yes, thank you, Stephanie. The concept of significant communications. I see that some people already mentioned it in the chat, not just taking the infrastructure and technology, but also using it to respond to the needs other than the communication, telecommunications. Christian, yes, that's a very interesting thing. And that is precisely what we discussed with the significant connections. Now, there's a lot of work, and I recommend you to I agree with everything that Stefania said, and I don't want to repeat things, but I'm going to try to give you some examples to see how the public policy can be used to reduce that gap. In terms of infrastructure, we have problems well identified that we won't be able to solve. So what we need to do is to identify all the barriers we have. So instead of waiting until the companies take internet to users, we can make it possible to construct the infrastructure that the companies can use. There are many examples, cooperatives, or the community networks, or the neighbors organized. Um, Now, the way, just as you have the regulations, the processes, the procedures, everything is developed for a big company to create and to be responsible of taking infrastructure to the users. And we have to generate many changes to enable that, so that it won't be the only solution. Once we change the environment so that we may have not just one infrastructure, then the small informal ISPs that sometimes are the children have the possibilities, and sometimes they start little by little. But if the infrastructure is there, we need to promote that and not to limit it. And in order for that to work, we need more flexible permits and opening the spectrum and eliminating all the barriers and bureaucracy, the red tape of the formal services. And all that will result in better business for the companies because they will have more traffic, a better quality of connections, because the stakeholders will build the networks in agreement with their needs. And the most important thing is the impact of having all those people well connected. That model, we facilitate the deployment of the infrastructure. Not only does that bring people online, but it also reduces costs. In the places where we don't have the needs and limitations of the large cities, deploying infrastructure for the internet is much cheaper without the standards of investment, quality, and network operations that the big companies have in the cities. So it's a different model. It needs different things. There are already examples across the region, Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, to see how the regulations get changed. But those are the first steps. So this is an invitation for those of you who are interested. From the Internet Society, we are working with the community networks, but many organizations in the region are also collaborating in different manners for each of the potential solutions. I don't know. This is a complex issue that has many solutions. Thank you, Christian. And I'm going to use a TV trick to maintain the audience interested, because I'm asked to have a break, but I'm especially interested in what Mariela and Eduardo have to say. And so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave you with a break, and when we come back, Mariela and Eduardo each are going to give their view, because clearly these are situations representing the different approaches, from the company that made the investment, that has a lot of regulations, and on the other hand, Mariela, that has worked a lot and has studied this, and what Christian said, to provide alternative responses. So we are going to have a short break. I think it's 5 to 7 minutes, and then we'll back with Mariela and Eduardo, and they will answer. Thank you.
Así es, Sergio. Muchísimas gracias y gracias
Yes,
a todos. los
Sergio, thank you. And I want to thank the panelists. So we'll have a brief break and we'll be back at 18 UTC. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Continuamos ahora con el
So
segundo.
now we resume with the second segment of this session. We give you the floor, Sergio. Go ahead.
Muchas gracias, Claudia.
Thank you, Claudia.
Y bueno, así como,
Yes,
como los dejamos,
just
ahora
as we left you,
vamos a ir al
now
grueso
we're going to
con
go
Mariela y con
to
Eduardo.
the core with the Mariela and with Eduardo. Mariela, is there anything that you'd like to highlight or policies that you'd like to either challenge or, well, thank you, after the break. Yes, I was interested in mentioning two or three things briefly. On the one hand, concerning what we said about appropriation of the significant communications, I think that the model of the community networks, from the perspective of the infrastructure, is also a very interesting model. And people are working at that, and it also contributes. We can mention very briefly, and only during the pandemic, for instance, in Villa 20 in Buenos Aires, the networks made it possible to organize crisis committees, and so that neighbors could find medication and food and to meet their needs, and also to host educational contents in the local networks. And sometimes the governments in Colombia and Argentina, they have been doing it, and to host local contents that is relevant for the community. And in Mexico too, contents in indigenous languages, for instance. And there it is very important because there was a big gap of information and contents of the local people on care and on and there the community networks were giving a response not only related to infrastructure. As to the public policies, that was the second part, I'd like to comment, in the case of Argentina, for instance, the fiber optic trunk installation with covers 32,000 kilometers, and it's an investment that in all these years that since there was a monopoly, it did more than the private companies had done. So it's important to continue to complement the private investment with the state investment. And I agree with Christian that we should think of the regulatory model of the public policy that could accompany a model that may include the community networks and also the cooperatives, the SMEs, a whole ecosystem of providers that coexist and share. And in the specific case, I think that there should be an asymmetric regulation, because you can't request the same conditions of companies that had the monopoly for 10 years providing services in the case of Argentina until after the privatization. So there were moments when they had an asymmetric regulation, so that made it possible to develop and to invest.
Now, when space is provided and we try to encourage those who provide services in those places where this is not profitable, then to ask them to fulfill these conditions that companies, that enterprises cannot fulfill in those places, I think, well, that in that case, that is a point that we have to see in order to provide this service. So we have made progress in terms of licenses and also funding the universal service. So that is what we can resume in the second part. Thank you very much, Mariela. Eduardo now, from the standpoint of the operator, Telefónica. Well, I would like to make some comments. The first is that competition is beneficial in those places where there is a strong concentration of population, where the business models arise more easily, and also in more remote areas, in rural areas, and peri-urban areas where the business models are complex. So the private initiative in those cases is important in the sense of the role they play. The public-private dialogue is also equally important. And I wanted to tell you about Internet for All, Internet para Todos, arose in Peru. This is a business created a year and a half ago. It is a joint initiative of Telefónica, Facebook, and the development banks that participate in this capital. And this Internet for all, Internet para todos, arose in Peru because through the public-private dialogue, we achieved a regulatory framework that allows this business model to be viable and profitable as well as sustainable over time. And this is a relevant point. If there are places where the digital divide implies an imbalance from the social standpoint and from the standpoint of connectivity, then we have to seek ways with business models from the private sector, for example. We're open to any of the proposals, always in the context of competition, and also from the standpoint of the public-private dialogue. We have to create the conditions, we have to have public policies that provide the regulations so that these business models can work and so close this digital divide, taking connectivity to those places where this does not exist today. I wanted to give you a couple of facts on Internet for all, Internet para todos, which almost has a personal component. When we announced Internet para todos a year ago, we were in the World Mobile Congress in Barcelona, and my daughter was born, so the two were born at the same time. Now my daughter has started saying her first word and taking her first steps. And Internet para Todos went from the initial situation to connecting more than 1 million people, and by the end of 2020, we expect to connect 2.3 million Peruvians who a year and a half ago were not connected. And the scale is relevant, and taking solutions, digital solutions to the largest number of people possible in the shortest period of time is also relevant. And that is where the telecommunications companies have the knowledge, we have the technology, not only we, of course, our partners too are very important and of fundamental importance in the business model in order to close this digital divide. Thank you, Eduardo. You didn't call your daughter Internet para Todos, Internet for all? No, her name is Julia. And we have a Movistar connection at home. So let us continue with this topic, as this is part of the second question. There are a large number of questions waiting from the participants, and I hope that Miguel will be able to organize the questions and the topics. But I would like you to make a second round thinking about sustainability in the sense of providing answers that are sustainable in the long term. I think we have touched upon that topic briefly already, but maybe thinking about the SDGs as a general framework for providing services. So it would be interesting to make a kind of projection, to have answers or alternatives that can guarantee, or in the sense that the responses we're providing today can be sustainable over time, which is something necessary. Stefania, and what would you like to add in this context? Thank you. As regards the second question, and following up on what you were saying regarding sustainability, the first thing that comes to mind is that the regulatory frameworks applied to the physical infrastructure and the digital infrastructure vary from country to country. And the truth is that not all have been equally adopted, not all have been equally internalized, and not all states are interested in promoting this infrastructure, and then they haven't realized how important connectivity is for all people. And in many cases, and in the case of Uruguay, we have arrived late. This does not mean that we cannot figure out alternatives through new public policies, and like Eduardo said, through public-private agreements, we can find a business model which together with the public policies, we can reach out to all the people with innovative products that allow us to reinforce this connectivity. There are a whole series of fundamental rights that are related to technologies. For example, the right to education, the right to health may all be strongly related to technology. We speak about the labor opportunities, seminars and training activities so that people can access working opportunities. And so major changes in our daily lives so that this type of access, which is reinforced, can bring about major changes between progress and staying behind. And I see something that might be questionable. The use of technologies today should no longer be optional nor considered a luxury item. This is almost a human right today. So this digital pact or agreement is something that should be viewed from this standpoint. The faster the countries join this digital agreement or pact, we'll come to an agreement on the basis on which we will be providing these services. In this way, we will be able to achieve sustainable development in our region. Now, without real access to ICTs, we really won't be able to achieve the goals. The boys and girls and young people who today don't have that access to knowledge, for example, through digital contents, will have limited opportunities, and as a result, it is likely that they will continue in situation of poverty. And this can be even more serious when this affects the people in the proximity of urban areas. Indigenous, or rather people who are very far away from urban areas, these people would be eventually left out if they don't have access to connectivity. So we need to generate the basis to build that new reality focused on developing projects that have to be multidimensional in order to achieve that digital inclusion. We have to ensure access of the population to tools and contents, and we have to focus on groups of young boys and girls and adolescents. They really have to have access to these tools. We need to invest. Investment is essential. Investment in platforms for educational purposes to generate knowledge and to provide access to health, access to food, and even regarding the environment. Very often, there is lack of knowledge involved in some of the practices that affect the environment. So, considering the interdependence between connectivity and infrastructure, we have to plan the major public works. Internet should reach out to every corner of the country, as well as the tools distributed through the internet. These are some of the ideas that come to my mind regarding the second question. I will stop here so I can listen to the other members of the panel. I think that all the presentations have been perfectly well connected with one another. Thank you, Estefania, and highlighting what you mentioned. The United Nations system, based on the reform proposed by the Secretary General, is forcing all of us at the ITU and the specialized agency of the United Nations system. But now Estefania was referring to the children and adolescents. We are becoming increasingly articulated to the system of resident coordinators in the countries that link us to the different agencies, and so to provide integrated multi-sectoral responses. This is an approach that we should all have when we think about technological solutions, because technology that lacks content is an empty tool and often useless. So let's go on with Christian in the sense of projecting sustainability. Yes, I will try to provide continuity to what Estefania was saying, who spoke about the importance of the role of the state. I will try to give you some examples of things that can be done, because sustainability is essential. We saw many efforts on behalf of the governments. It involved a lot of effort, and many things were left along the way. You can think about the telecenters where major investments were made, and these have been now abandoned. Or efforts made to take satellite services to many places, and then you have the satellite dishes very often abandoned, or proposals to subsidize demand, and these are all like patches. If we don't try to create the conditions so that this arises naturally, these patches will last very little. And so these public policies that are enabling have to do with simplifying things. They have to do with granting a larger number of permits to create the infrastructure, to simplify the procedures. You don't need to have managers and lawyers to conduct all the formalities. Licenses should not be at national level and extremely expensive. The use of spectrum should be taken to places that need the service. In some places, they have solar coverage, but they don't have signal. So the people cannot even create the service themselves. And this is because the spectrum licensing system has been conceived for a different era, for different times. The same with the subsidies for universal access. All these things have been considered for the current model, and we should really reconsider, for example, if small groups have the opportunity to access these funds, smaller funds, to solve these problems. Sometimes we ask them to be established providers, and they have to do formalities in the cities. So we're providing subsidies for places that are not connected. We are providing something that is impossible to achieve for these people. And the same with the formalities. For example, equipment. We're now at a very particular moment. Fortunately, there are a lot of technologies available that were extremely costly in the past and very difficult to use. And nowadays, these can be achieved at very low cost. And with YouTube courses, you can learn how to set up a fiber optic network, for example, or deploy mobile services easily. But of course, it is necessary to really simplify the procedures to be able to import these devices, to provide training to the people so that they can carry out these tasks. So once they have deployed their own network, it should be easy for them to really be formal, to be part of the system. So there are very many things that we should change, because this is a different model. We need a different model now in order to reach those places that are not properly connected now. Yes, I agree. And I think that regulations nowadays are still in a framework that many Latin American countries, particularly, which is a region I'm more familiar with, really needed private investors. So these were set up based on obligations for the major providers compared to concessions made by the state. And I'm sure that today this requires reviewing. So maybe the time has come so that we all can sit down and discuss these things. Mariela. Yes, I'd like to pick up now from what Christian was saying. To tell the truth, we have really linked the different presentations very well with one another. So allow me to share the screen.
Buenísimo. Can you see it? Very well. Well, precisely as Stefania was saying, whether the ICTs are all right, yes, it's a fundamental right, and it has been acknowledged in the United States and the International Commission for Human Rights and Freedom of Expression in 2012 and in 2016 too. And also to urge the states to adopt the actions of public policies to make the access to the internet universal. And then so I think that there is an international and global consensus in that regard. Now, the question is how, and I agree with the model that Christian described, and I was also interested in highlighting in the current context, and Sergio mentioned this too, that is, how can we articulate these consensus, these agreements, how to implement these models. And precisely the special rapporteurship for the freedom of expression of the international, of the Court of Human Rights, they produced a statement highlighting the measures adopted by the states concerning this situation that we are experiencing. This has to do with not interrupting the services. Depending on the country, they have adopted different measures, but in order to so that people would have an access to educational contents, but they also, although they acknowledge that, they highlight the importance of having public policies in the long term, highlighting the groups in vulnerable situations. And in that respect, in addition to acknowledging the importance of public information and also seeing the statistics to understand the inequality in the access to the internet, they also highlight the role of the civil society and the academia to promote alternative solutions, non-profit, social and community, to ensure the full exercise of the right to information. And then we will also acknowledge previous statements, such as that of ITU, who highlight the community networks as non-profit and the importance of reaching infrastructure, basic infrastructure, and also the spectrum and radio frequencies. So unless these regulations are adopted, it is very difficult to give a scale and sustainability to these projects that, as we mentioned, not only should they respond to the infrastructure, they are popular among the communities, because it's usually the communities produce their contents and their own rules. So I think that one idea of sustainability has to do with the social and territorial organization of the community to sustain and manage their own network. And the and CTEL, based on this recommendation by ITU, has also systematized and conducted surveys and accompanying the experiences that are being implemented in the region. And going to proposals of regulations that were mentioned, one of the aspects is the access to licenses so that they may be acknowledged as legal. So in order to deploy the infrastructure and to create interconnection, and also to be able to manage funding. That is what is happening, for instance, in Argentina, to have access to universal funds. And this is a big step forward in Argentina. In 2018, there was a resolution that recognized the community networks as non-profit, and they are not required to pay to obtain the license, and they don't have any other expenditures connected to the licenses. But the license has a limit, 5,000 people in the town. So that leaves out other projects. For instance, in Villa 20, there are 30,000 people in a, so that leaves them out. And that's a community network, but that was still an important step forward. And as to funding, as we mentioned, there are now specific programs. They're called adverse zones, zonas adversas, and it has to be implemented, but the program is there. So this week they called for that possibility for low-income neighborhoods. So these policies give hope, sustainability, and also scale. That's another thing that is important. And I saw that there was a question in the chat, and I agree that it is important for the public policies to accompany this model so that little by little it will be considered, and with the appropriate regulation and the appropriate public policy, it's a model that really could be an alternative that has not been possible so far, and that would improve the digital divide. As to the spectrum, the reserve for social and community use and indigenous use is also important. In Mexico, they get access to spectrum in the indigenous communities. And so that's another important model. And it's very relevant to continue to work in that direction, because if they don't have the spectrum, they can't give the services. And a very important topic is interconnection. There are also examples of idle band broadband for instance, in Colombia, in the University of Cundinamarca, and also the backbone interconnection that at affordable prices, providing services to municipal networks or provinces or private networks. So there are many proposals, and these, the ones that I just mentioned, arise from the Latin American Summit, and these agreements were produced by those organizations and presented at the summit. Thank you. Thank you, Mariela. Well, you really gave us quite a thorough balance of the different, an overview of the alternatives and the expectations. If you have the possibility, I don't know if it's asking too much, but could you put the links in the chat with the regulations that were adopted in Argentina so that you can share them with the participants? And now, Eduardo, now the view of those that made investment and the companies that have invested. We'd like to hear your view. How can it be in the long term for you? How do you see the operation, the regulations? Well, you sort of mentioned them, but well, yes, Sergio, I think that the first thing that we need to do is that, well, the digital divide is a priority in the region, and we all need to respond to that. And I'm happy to hear Stefania, who said that this shouldn't be a luxury, having access to information and communication. That's what we believe. And in the digital covenant, that's what we mentioned. And the digital covenant, precisely what they want to cover, and I will share it with you because I have it online and it's available to connect and to share. But what we propose there is revisiting the public policy and the regulations of the sector, so that this could be the basis for better societies for a complex situation, so that the population may, so that we may overcome the crisis. In Latin America, we know the crisis. We are too familiar with crisis, and we believe that digitalization is going to be the main challenge to overcome this crisis. But we believe that we have to emphasize some public policies, the first of which is about sustainability, both in operations and economic and financial.
Llevamos 10 años en los cuales, pues bueno, se ha podido llevar el 4G a la
For
región.
10 years, we have we have taken 4G in the region and fiber optic, and today they are discussing about 5G. So we needed increasing investment, and those increasing investments require sustainable companies with sound economies whose business model may work. And we've seen how the income has remained flat. The revenues in some of those companies have been reduced. So this is a challenge. It's a challenge for industry and for the sector in general. So in that regard, there are some initiatives of public policy that we see that do not go, that are not in the adequate line. So when we speak of the freedom of prices in competitive surroundings, we believe that the prices should be free. And there are some cases of some countries in the region where the macroeconomic situation is not simple, with high inflation rates, where they are implementing regulations aimed at establishing fictitious prices.
We believe that in the medium term, this could pose a problem for sustainability of the business and the industry. We believe that ultimately this might affect those who are not connected, who we placed at the core of this. So the purpose of this discussion today is to deal with this topic that we have in the region. In other words, if the businesses cannot maintain the investment levels and take technology to those who are not connected, well, the issue of the digital divide will continue to exist. During the pandemic, we have also seen more specific issues, for example, such as the interruption of payment chains and the increase of people who are in arrears. So we need to have public policies that, although they might favor those who are in less favored situations, that the payment chain should not be jeopardized. So we really have to figure out ways and the necessary public policies to disencourage not paying bills. So, for example, the universal service funds and other mechanisms which allow people to have access to information and the communications networks. Then we have the issues related to market infrastructures. We think that it is important to prevent a lack of symmetries between competitors, like spectrums and so on, and particularly in those markets where there is a strong and excessive concentration, and where this could be a risk for the sustainability of competition as such. And then, as I was mentioning earlier, we have to rethink the business models for the areas with low population density. The model of Internet para todos, Internet for all, has begun because we have a business model with specific technologies which we have been able to adapt to different types of situations in some places where we are also established, but also a regulation that makes this viable. fiscal policy. I mentioned this earlier, and I repeat this, and I think this is important. I'd like to go back to what Stefania mentioned. The telecommunications sector should not be a luxury sector, a luxury industry. This is because everyone wishes to access telecommunications and wish to provide this service. So we cannot have a sector of telecommunications that has a very high tax burden compared to other sectors of the economy. And this is not something that I'm saying just because this is something that has been demonstrated through other studies. And then the funds, we have to see how these are invested. These universal service funds have sometimes not be investment for developing these industries. So we need to have clearly established objectives for the development of digitalization, and also to think about the resources, how these funds are structured, and how the universal service funds should be like in the 21st century, where communications is made up by several stakeholders. And to close, the spectrum policy. There is a fundamental issue regarding the spectrum policy, namely that we have to change the mindset. We have to change the mindset on the spectrum policy. We cannot have a spectrum policy that in many countries of the region is aimed at maximizing the collection and income, but the ultimate goal should be to maximize digitalization of the countries. And it is in this sense that I believe that we can go into greater details, of course, but it is not necessary to create a scarcity in the spectrum to lead to a price increase. We really have to focus on universalizing the communications services for all, as we have stated in this panel. So to sum up, sustainability, both economic and financial for the communications sector, markets, healthy market structures that are also competitive, that ensure a balanced playing field, to reconsider the situation for those who are not connected, and also the regulatory models for the public-private sector, and to reinforce connectivity. We have to reconsider the universal service funds and the spectrum policy. And that is quite a lot, yes. In fact, it's what you have mentioned, and I think what everyone else also mentioned, there is a great need to have public policies that are new. We now have new services, and I think that you are those who have suffered this most as a result of the OTTs and all these applications that have brought about changes to the business in which you invested originally, as well as the appearance of new players and even new diagnoses, because there are things that were not visible and now are becoming more visible. So ultimately, this forces regulators to have a modern view, to be up to date, and to consider the different alternatives provided by the telecommunications sector, by the ICTs, and this to guarantee significant communications, which is a concept that was discussed in this panel today. Miguel, your challenge, well, we have received a lot of questions. You have to provide the general guidelines that you can recognize from these questions. Now, I can tell you that in the chat, Mariela told us about the regulations that were issued in Argentina regarding community networks and the call to providing alternative forms of access. So Miguel, you can now start with the questions.
Thank you, Sergio. Yes, indeed, there are many questions. So this shows how the interest of the people for this panel. So let me start with a request rather than a question by Oscar Juliche, who says that he'd like to participate actively in the project Connecting the Disconnected. What are the possibilities? I'm an ISOC member, he says. Sasha Ram says, and Karina from Mexico asked about the existing programs to reach the vulnerable populations and if there are connection maps. We also received congratulations for the panel and a question for Mariela specifically. Could you discuss more in depth how the community networks could help in favor of the Agenda 2030 with the ethnic populations, especially women? And finally, Roberto Zambrana asking Estefania, and he says, concerning the ninth target of the SDGs, constructing resilient infrastructure and promoting sustainable industrialization and promoting innovation, it says that there was a great optimism when formulating the target 9C, increasing significantly the access to ICTs and making an effort to provide universal and affordable access to the internet in the least advanced countries by 2020. So how can we extend the time that initially was 5 years, and how can we guarantee that the governments in our region will raise awareness in this reality so that they may act quickly? And in that line, could there be multilateral agreements, regional? Yes, thank you, Miguel. Well, of course, these are questions that could be answered very long, but please be brief so that we may have time for everybody to answer, because we don't have time. Christian, how can he cooperate with the Internet Society in your projects? Well, very briefly, they should contact the ISOC chapters in all the countries. There are many tools that enable you to collaborate both with the local governments and organizations. There's even a possibility to receive money to grants to support community networks, and if necessary, to cooperate with the regulatory aspects. You can visit our website of ISOC, or you may contact your chapter at home. Thank you, Christian. Yes, I think that in each of our countries, I don't know where the question came from, but in each country, there are networks who are already working at that, and they are relating, as Mariela said, or they have done it with an annual meeting in the last 2 years. I believe that this year it could not be done, and probably it won't be possible. But I think that there are places that you can go to see the alternatives for cooperation. Mariela, your question. Yes, thank you. Indeed, it's very interesting, because what we've seen with the gender gap is that although the indicators of access and use have become more and more equal, there's a trend that there's no equality yet, but very often the use is limited to work or helping children or people women are taking care of. So as I said earlier, there's a lot to do in terms of appropriation and to reduce the gender gap. Not just with the indigenous populations, but other vulnerable populations. And it is also very important to, especially the women who spend hours caring for for the family, that is very time consuming. And usually men are more closely related to technologies. They see it as part of a call, a vocation, but we have to work a lot at that. And the community networks help with that. Since the community needs to be part of the management of the network, so that brings them closer to technology, almost in a mandatory manner, so that they can participate in the network, and they may participate in assembling the nodes. And there's a lot of training too, to enable women to have some time, or other, not just women, but also other vulnerable parts of society, that may include this as an objective, and to motivate the women to adopt studies that related with technology. A lot needs to be done still to provide access to the internet, and not just to have people using the basic service, but there's a lot to do to improve the relations with ICTs. We need to work at a social and cultural level. There's a lot of pending work, there's no doubt. And I think that this should be in our agenda, and that should be addressed by the community networks. And it involves all the citizens. Some work has been done, but we have to work further. Yes, Mariela, indeed, about the incorporation and giving women the same possibilities with ICTs. There are projects to support initiatives in the Girls' Day in the ICTs. There are many organizations in the region and in all the countries. There's a group of girls with ICTs, like Ingeniosas in Chile. And there are many countries that actively promote the incorporation of women in the world of ICTs. So, Estefania, you have a long question, but we need a short answer, unfortunately. Go ahead.
I will try to be very specific. This has to do with the Sustainable Development Goal number 9C, which within 5 years, more access should be provided to ICTs in countries, and this has not been met. It's very difficult to determine how long this will take to achieve this goal. But Christian mentioned this quite clearly. The pandemic, if we learned something at all, is that there has been an increase in the speed of the use of digital content and an unimagined amount of access, so systems have collapsed. But nevertheless, systems do have the necessary capacity now to respond at least to certain sectors. Expansion is a need now. The states need to become more and more involved, whether they like it or not, because this is a need for them, and even for the public policies now. So the mere fact of expanding the networks and the infrastructure and connectivity allows savings in other costs. So it is in that sense that it is essential to continue working for expanding this, not so much in terms of the obligation, but also of the needs, and also to decrease cost, for example, of reaching out to people who are very far away from the power centers. And this is linked to the second question. We were asked to see how we can increase involvement and participation on behalf of the states. The states don't need to achieve more involvement, but they are involved already. If we look at the map of the region, we realize that 20 years ago, practically no policies existed at all on telecommunications and ICTs. I think that all countries nowadays have regulations and ministries on this topic. And although there is a lack of efficiency in some cases, particularly how they conceive the internet and general access to ICTs, this is changing. And through this pandemic, these changes have been sped up, and the states now have a more active role. So through partnerships with different organizations and enterprises from this industry, this can be achieved. We have to consider shared work. The state should not be considered the only one who can land these initiatives. We really have to consider joint work. And finally, if we can consider about a multi-stakeholder covenant or instrument, I am immensely optimistic. But if we were capable of an agreement, a pact on human rights, if we could produce instruments on for international law to have a different type of world, I'm sure we can achieve universal regulations in this regard. For the 2030 agenda, if they would have told us 30 years ago that this would exist, we had said that this was unimaginable. But nowadays we have a comprehensive instrument that probably wouldn't have been possible, but this was achieved, and wherever we are, we now have a roadmap that will allow us to advance along this path for sustainable development. Thank you very much. Thank you, Estefania. I was thinking about the role of the state digitalizing processes and also having a leadership role in a context in which the population could have a digitalized relationship with the state, for example, eliminating paper and also regarding transparency. And it is in this sense that the state should lead by example. This adding on to the points you mentioned. I'll now give the floor to Eduardo if he would like to add any concept based on the questions we received, because we are now almost out of time. But Eduardo, would you like to add something? Yes, very briefly, Sergio, I think you referred to this a while ago, and we refer to this throughout the conversation. I think that states have to be aware of the relevance of digitalization and that this should be the main public policy. This will allow us to transform our economies and overcome the crisis in the more equitable manner possible, and also being responsible for the difficulties that society is facing. I won't continue, but the message I would like to leave here on regulation and public policies and the digital pact is this. I think this is important, namely the concept of digitalization as a public policy of the state, which involves each one of us. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you. And I'd like to thank those of you who have been listening to me in these meetings. I always repeat the same thing, namely the importance that the state, in the case of the state, decisions regarding digitalization, connectivity, and so on, should be made at the highest possible level of the hierarchy. And I like to refer to the CEVAL plan. At a moment, it was the president of that country who aligned the entire state structure with a focus on connectivity, on training, on access, because it was not only about giving tablets or giving mobile phones. It also involved training the teachers, taking connectivity to schools, taking connectivity throughout the territory, as well as aligning all the ministers in this regard. From the ITU, well, we have the purpose of making connectivity reach out to every person. Like the person who has a hammer in the hand sees nails all over the place. So we have to think about connectivity. And Eduardo, what I was saying in the sense of that reminder of what the CEVAL plan was at the time, but also to encourage the governments of the region so that they can really achieve a significant connectivity and to discuss this at the highest levels possible. I would like to thank you all. I think this was a very, very rich panel. We had a lot of input, a lot of ideas that were shared. And on my behalf, I think we will now have to wrap up so that the session can be closed. Would you like to add anything else, Miguel? No, Sergio, that is all. Thank you very much.
Claudia, ya
Claudia,
el evento cerrado entonces.
shall we now close the event?
Claro que sí, Sergio.
Yes, Sergio. Thank you very much, Sergio, and all the panelists and all those who participated. About 150 people were connected and followed the LACIGF 13 meeting. We now invite you to continue tomorrow with topics such as internet governance, gender and intersectionality. What can the gender approach do for technology policies? And a new LAC-IGF cycle, opportunities for participation of the community and the incidence of internet policies in our region. We look forward to meeting you at 1400 UTC. Thank you very much.